Still doing or completed? Completed. So, how many correct you have done in polity? Yes? 8 correct. Yes. How many correct you have done in polity? There were 15 questions. No. How many correct? Match नहीं किया. Eight correct you should do, I guess. 1 to 10, 96. I guess. How many? 15 questions. 15 questions you should do at least 10 to 12 correct. Total 8 correct. 10 correct. Two silly mistakes. Because polity is the thing we say generally. The polity is the thing where you can have 100% correct. Or almost. Yes. Polity and modern India, two things we tell. In that you can have 100% correct if you have better preparation. Although if you see last year paper, so it can be even 90%. Because the cutoff is around 74, 75. If you see cutoff as 74, 75, as UPSC has released it, so I guess then we should be a bit relaxed. Relaxed in the sense that avoiding silly errors. CSAT paper is different thing, but what we are saying is 74, 75 if they have given cutoff. So basically that time it was predicted like 80, it's around like this, but still it is 74, 75. So 74, 75 means when you are attempting, so you should be a bit relaxed in the sense that not so much stress to do some silly mistakes. Generally it happens that silly mistakes and 1-2 silly mistakes, you know that it's very huge, that should be avoided. And then we did, let's say that 2 incorrect questions. There were 2, let's say that 2 corrections. One question was framed wrong, that was I guess 7th question. And 9th we told you add not, means remove not. This anyhow, so this question, which option you have gone? First question. See, the questions largely we have framed on the basis of, let's say, the way UPSC, you know that it's more of thinking based questions. This. So you have to read, let's say, you have to eliminate one by one. Okay, whether first can be, what question says appropriate meaning. So this so states are created for administrative convenience. It will not be appropriate for federal supremacy. Residuary power से कोई मतलब नहीं है, right? This you can say. Given to union leads. It indicates, but still it is not that clear. It can be considered if, let's say, we bring a list of points that federal supremacy, if you have a list of points you create, so that can come. But questions in appropriate meaning. This. Then if you take federal polity basic structure, ये तो ऐसे ही eliminate हो गया, because that has come after judicial interpretation. It has come by judicial interpretation. Then largely let's say कि you will have B and C, isn't it? You will have B and C, and this is how let's say that कि C is the correct meaning of federal supremacy. This that has come in judicial interpretation. It is related to Article 246. As per Article 246, it is the union which is given such, let's say that preference in case of conflict between union and state laws. This, and it has been termed as federal supremacy by Supreme Court. The most recent referral of federal supremacy by Supreme Court was Mohit Mineral case 2023, in December 2023, when GST Council judgment was given by Supreme Court. This, so since federal supremacy term has been in news, so that's why we have tried to frame it, this question. Now, in general, when you have the term called federal supremacy, in general federal supremacy, let's say that two things can come in your mind. One will come that ki federal supremacy means federal polity supremacy, something federal polity related. But here federal polity means, federal supremacy means supremacy of union over states. This federal supremacy means basically, if you go in a legal way, it means supremacy of union over states, that. And it is this which gives supremacy of union over states. That's why we go for this option C.
But sir, in case of federalism, what will be the answer? The appropriate meaning of federalism.
Federalism means, let's say that ki power relationship between two or more units of any state. The term federal means power relationship between the units of the state. The units of the state can be largely, one can be union, other can be provinces or states. So what is the power relationship between them? That is the literal meaning of federal.
When we are saying destroying the federal structure.
Yes, yes.
When we are saying that destroying the federal structure means we are snatching the power from center, state to center.
Yes.
Some disturbance in the power.
Yes.
In that constant, we say that the
See,
federal supremacy is aligned towards the state.
No, that is how I told you. See, federal polity is a basic structure. It means that ki the even union has supremacy, but it cannot disturb that federal polity, the power equation. The power equation that we have, the two things we have to understand, which is also related to another question. There, I will explain. So half of that I will explain there, right? Or let me take that also together, then we'll talk other questions. Like say this, another question. So it says the term union of states in the Indian Constitution does not signify. No. So what you have? Right. Does not signify. Suppose we change it, the term union of states in Indian Constitution signifies. Suppose if we ask like that, so 1, 2, 3. No. By the way, union of states, it is related to the term in the Article 1 that we have adopted. This India, that is Bharat, India that is Bharat shall be the union of states. So there is a rationale behind adopting union of states.
Yeah, so we cannot separate from the.
Right. Rationale that why we adopted union of states instead of the term federal, isn't it? So, union was given preference over, that is why union of states. The union is indestructible, states are destructible. This, it means ki union. So, unitary bias, union of states will indicate that there is unitary bias, because union is given preference over states. Now, already we were talking federal supremacy. Right. Federal supremacy means union is given preference in case of conflict over states. It can also indicate this. Now, a strong union but autonomous states. A strong union but weak state, can it be a statement? A strong union, so does it mean we want a weak state? No. Now, if you go into the details of the explanation, what even B.R. Ambedkar also explained. So, what he said, even if states have been adopted for administrative convenience, but states also have autonomy. They have also been given autonomy. Means even if we have adopted the term union, right, over federal, still states also have their own existence. This, which was termed as sui generis, a flexible federal polity. This, the states also have autonomy, they are not weak. They have also autonomy under the same article 246. If union encroaches on the powers of the state, it can be struck. Can we say? So, when union encroaches on the powers of the states, so it can be struck. The Supreme Court has done several times. Like say the last, you may remember 97th Amendment Act. 97th Amendment Act was related to cooperatives, and then Supreme Court, some of the parts of that 97th Amendment Act, it is struck because union encroached upon the powers of states. It means this is what we have to understand the two things. One, there is federal supremacy, means union has been given more power. At the same time, that does not mean that union can destroy states at its own will. It means that states also have their own autonomous existence. In that case, federal polity is a basic structure. This is how we mean when we say federal polity, that states also have their own existence. Now, let us take Jammu and Kashmir judgment. In Jammu and Kashmir judgment, the judgment shows that states do not have their sanctity, because a union can reduce a state into union territory. So, this judgment was criticized. The judgment is weakening the federal polity. But then same court has given judgment on Delhi NCT Delhi, and it told that the states also has concurrent power to make law on civil services. 2019 judgment. This, by all these things, what we understand? We understand two things. See, our Indian federal polity, which we say union of states, it gives more powers to union. But at the same time, states are not governed at the will of the center. States also get their power through Schedule 7, and they are also autonomous in their areas. Only in a rare case, in a special case, when there will be conflict between their laws, then union can be given preference, overriding this. But it will not always be. Let us take GST Council judgment. What court has told? court has told that ki states are not bound by the decision of GST Council. Do you know Mohit Mineral case? It is very important judgment related to GST Council. So, Supreme Court says that states are not bound by the decisions of GST Council. This. So, when they are not bound, here Supreme Court is recognizing the autonomous status of the state. This. So, our federal polity has both aspects. On the one hand, union is strong, it is given preference, but at the same time, states do not exist at the will of the center. They do also have their sanctity, but that has limitation. This. And it is because of that we say federal supremacy on the one hand and federal polity as basic structure on the other. When you say federal polity as basic structure, it has a different meaning, and when you say federal supremacy, it has a different meaning. Federal polity as basic structure is saying that ki union may not be able to alter the powers of the states, or it should not encroach on them. But federal supremacy is recognizing the superiority of union over states. Like it is like the way you have fundamental rights and DPSP's relation. The fundamental rights are superior, but then DPSPs are not subordinate, isn't it? This. So, that way we have to understand. Because of that, we have taken this also, all three are correct. Now, when we say union of states, all the three statements will be correct then? Can we say? It is federal supremacy, unitary bias and strong union but autonomous states. Its option will be? What it is saying? Does not signify. None means D option. Is it clear? And now let us take second question. It was a simple question, isn't it? Have you done correct? Parliament? This अभी recent में news में भी था, isn't it? Composition is decided by president, but conditions of services decided by Parliament. In most of the cases, in most institutions cases, conditions of services decided by Parliament. Constitution does not define it. वो कैग का भी केस है, फाइनेंस कमीशन का केस है, किसी का भी केस. तो व्हेन यू हैव कंपैरेटिव स्टडी दिस वे यू शुड नो, राइट. जैसे कंपोजिशन ऑफ कैग तो प्रेसिडेंट कैन नॉट डिसाइड. कंपोजिशन ऑफ फाइनेंस कमीशन प्रेसिडेंट कैन नॉट डिसाइड दिस. सो कंपोजिशन ऑफ इलेक्शन कमीशन प्रेसिडेंट कैन डिसाइड. कंपोजिशन ऑफ सुप्रीम कोर्ट प्रेसिडेंट कैन नॉट डिसाइड. So, when you have a comparative study about institutions, you should know in that way. It is a simple question, Parliament. Then this, have you done correct? This, so first option is whether this first statement is correct. It is not correct. It is very clear that writs, High Court has a wider jurisdiction of writs, and High Courts can issue writs for other, let us say that matters also, legal rights related, not only fundamental rights, and that is how it is the difference between Supreme Court and High Court. Because Supreme Court, even if it is apex court, but its writs jurisdiction is limited, confined to only fundamental rights, and High Court's jurisdiction is wide. The first is incorrect, second is correct, because it is related to fundamental right. Supreme Court can issue writs only for constitutional remedy, means only for enforcing fundamental rights. And third is a simple statement. This. So, I guess option B. Option B. So which one you have done? Right. You have gone for constitutional right, legal right. Yes. Human right also? No. Yes. Refugee Convention, the human right. India is not a signatory. This. So the question is that it is based on observation. And if we study about citizenship in entire world, so citizenship is given as a legal right. No one can claim as a constitutional right. Constitutional right कैसे वो claim कर सकता है? जब जैसे मान लो फंडामेंटल राइट, तो मैं सिटीजन हूँ तभी तो फंडामेंटल राइट है मेरे पास है। तो मैं ऑलरेडी सिटीजन हूँ। This plus citizenship is given by a law. In any country, citizenship is given by a law. This, like we have Citizenship Act 1955. Even if we have in Constitution Article 5 to 11 related to citizenship, and it gives recognition, but it does not give citizenship. The difference you have to understand. Article 5 to 11, it means they recognize, they give the grounds, but they do not automatically give you citizenship. Or if they give in some cases, so that time, the threshold you can say that, when we became independent. But now if you want to seek citizenship, so that will be by a statute. This, so that's why let us say that. Conflict will be between that. Are some people those who see 5 to 11, right? So they may see that it is fundamental right. So that way it is, but it is option A, right? This we have already discussed. This is also simple. No, anyone who has done correct means incorrect. C. Right. Now again let us say that we have to see appropriate. Try to read it. How we can have most appropriately, right? Describe fundamental duties, how most appropriately can be described. ये तो चारों तरह से डिस्क्राइब हो सकता है. But most is that it is a moral right. Fundamental duties are moral obligations. This they are not legal obligations. They are moral obligations. The idea behind them is that since citizens are given some rights, in lieu of that they have some moral obligations. This, that way, right. अब these duties are in lieu of fundamental rights. This, but it is not most appropriate. This, it is also let us say description, but it is not most appropriate. Most appropriate will be this. Legal duties, they are not legal duties. Yes, when a law is made to enforce, then वो legal duty हो जाएगा. जैसे flag code, National Honor Act 1971. Right. In return of. The return of होता है कि कई बार कि अगर आप fundamental rights नहीं follow किए हैं तो right. Means if you have not let us say that observe your fundamental duties, so fundamental rights can be done away with this, but it is invoked in a rare case, right? This you can say. So that's why duties that are legal, yes, enforceable है legally. तो explanation जो है थोड़ा सा वो error है, तो let me correct it. देखो, you have to understand two things. that statement is correct statement, but it is not most appropriate explanation. Because fundamental duties we brought so that ki people can have moral obligation rather than to enforce them. The idea is not behind them to enforce them. The idea is to just have a moral appeal. Now, legally enforceable. In general, fundamental duties are non-justiciable, but they are enforceable by law. Means government can bring a specific law to enforce. This sentence is about that. Duties are legally enforceable. Right. Like say already we have National Honor Act, this and flag code, and both are enforceable. The fundamental duties can be legally enforceable, and this statement is different from right, being non-justiciable. The non-justiciable means self-executory. They are not self-executory. Fundamental rights are self-executory. उसके लिए सेपरेट लॉ की जरूरत नहीं है उसको एनफोर्स करने के लिए. Getting? So most appropriate description will be option A. This. In this, all, whether we have made all or इसमें भी any statement out? डाउट किस में हो सकता है? तो आई गेस कि थर्ड वाले में हो सकता है. यस, बट थर्ड स्टेटमेंट सही है. इसलिए कि जब कंपैरेटिव हो रहा है तो one can work as means, other can work as ends. This why? Because political rights are essential for other rights. Political rights is work as restriction. This, or you understand like that. We want to develop, grow, not by any way, but in a democratic way. This you should know that. So fundamental rights means citizens' dignity, rights are important in the process of development. जैसे मान लो आप ऐसे एग्जाम्पल लो कि चाइना कैन ब्रिंग डेवलपमेंट बट कैन टेक अवे फंडामेंटल राइट्स, बट फॉर अस फंडामेंटल राइट्स आर इम्पॉर्टेंट इवन एट द कॉस्ट ऑफ डेवलपमेंट. द मीन्स is fixed. You have to develop in this way. If you want to give socio-economic rights to people, that is DPSP, you have to give in a democratic way, this in a constitutional manner. This you can say. That is how we say it as a means and we say the other as ends. And it is because of that, let's say, harmony आपको पता ही है. First वाला is B.R. Ambedkar stated, correct, and one restrict power, it is general statement. ये तो simple question है. No, have you done correct? या इसमें डाउट है? So last statement is not correct. It is a informal device. जब informal है तो वो law में कैसे mention होगा? No. That way we can connect. It is an informal device. तो जब informal है, so this is how it is also covered. This is also it will be. It is considered if you have read it, and that way let's say. So that way let's say option D. ये थोड़ा गलत फ्रेम हो गया क्वेश्चन, राइट. वो सम क्वेश्चंस मैं भी फ्रेम करता हूँ बट मेरे से ही गलती हो गई. ऑनेस्ट एडमिशन. यस. और थोड़ा जल्दी में आई डिड नॉट रिव्यू इट. जब पेपर प्रिंट हो गया तब ऐसा हुआ तो wrong is wrong. Now, by the way, which two statements are incorrect? Yes. B. C. A and C. A and C are incorrect. A is also incorrect. 1/10 support is not needed. This. तो इसमें कोई चॉइस नहीं था इसको करेक्ट करने का. Then what we say it? Yes. ये थोड़ा फैक्चुअल क्वेश्चन है. Elections are going on, तो factual question. Have you done correct or both are correct? First is correct, second is incorrect. Yes. Sikkim, Assam and Lakshadweep. In 3 states, domicile is needed. Otherwise, a candidate from a resident of let's say an Indian citizen resident of any state can contest Lok Sabha election from anywhere except 3: Sikkim, Lakshadweep and Assam, as per Representation of People Act. Yes. ये तो सही हुआ होगा बिल्कुल. This simple question. So just we wanted to touch just some ranges of questions. That is District Planning Committee. This only governor is consulted. This consultation happens with governor. This, but you should know that governor gives his view on the advice of chief minister. But formally, governor is consulted, not chief minister. This, like say कि president is consulted, not government. As per Article 124, president, not government. Now, president gives his view as per the advice of Council of Ministers. Similarly, governor is consulted and governor gives his view on the advice of Chief Minister and Council of Ministers. This. But there is no Chief Justice. Yes? Yes, let's take that. If you have to appoint any High Court judge, then a collegium of 3 members suggest at High Court level, including Chief Justice and 2 judges, and they suggest to Supreme Court, and then Supreme Court collegium recommend to the government as per the memorandum of procedure. It is not mentioned in Constitution. Consultation process happen as per memorandum of procedure. Memorandum of procedure is adopted by the government. It is a rule, not law. This, because Constitution does not give details of consultation process. Article 124 or 217. It says that there should be consultation. How the consultation should happen, it has not been defined in the Constitution. That is defined as per memorandum of procedure. That memorandum of procedure was adopted first in 1997. Since then we have brought and amended it.
Then what about the transfer?
Transfer is also done through collegium advice.
In the respective high court, yeah.
Right. Yes. If you have to do transfer from the one high court you are doing to another high court. That high court and both high court chief justice should be consulted by the collegium, including the judge who is said to be transferred. That judge is also consulted. This, but consent of that judge is not mandatory. Sankal Chand case. As per Sankal Chand case, the judge should be consulted. The said judge who is getting transferred should be consulted, but his view does not have finality. Just opinion. This, so we do take opinion. So that way it is the process, right?
So this memorandum of procedure is based on three judges' case?
No. Yes, in a way you can say that. Not three judges case, there was second judge case.
Evolution of
Yes, it has evolved in that. The second judge case, thereafter memorandum of procedure comes. Yes. So we can say it has evolved out of three judges cases are like that. This. This. So we will take one. Only one governor. Right? This. Option A. So a bit of tricky question, right? No. So have you done correct or incorrect? C. Yes? B option. Does not correct. Universal and inalienable. See, try to understand. Human rights, when we talk, so it is universal. First, why it is universal? Because human right, if you take first statement, adherent to all. Yes, by virtue of being human, you have some human rights, right? Now, so human to human, not citizen. We are saying human. It becomes universal. Right. Now it says inalienable. Inalienable in the sense is that even in emergency case, let's say that, you can enjoy some basic rights. Right. Right to life, right to food. This means in those things are not even in custody you are. No? Just even you are in custody. In custody also, in jail also you enjoy some rights. This, because of that we say it is an inalienable. Why emergency? It can be taken away, but since human rights are not mentioned in law, so whether they can be suspended or they can be enforced, that is not the point. But fundamental rights can be taken away. So when you take away some fundamental rights also, so they in a way taking human rights, but that's very rare, so that's very special. That is not the natural characteristics of human right. This, it is because of that. Equal but non-discriminatory. This indivisible because they are holistic and they are interdependent, means interrelated. They are not segregable. This. Basically these points are from United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In that these principles are given. So from there we have taken and we try to make this. So option will be this C option. Chief Secretary. So State High Court is not consulted because it is executive appointment. तो व्हेन इट इज एग्जीक्यूटिव अपॉइंटमेंट, तो आपको अगर डाउट होगा कि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट है कि नहीं, बट जो ऑप्शन अप्रोप्रिएट दिख रहा है वो हाई कोर्ट है. लेकिन एग्जीक्यूटिव अपॉइंटमेंट्स कोर्ट्स आर नॉट कंसल्टेड. दिस दैट्स व्हाई हाई कोर्ट विल कम. वेदर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट इज नॉट, आप बाद में उसको डिसाइड करते रहते. राइट, बट लार्जली पीपल विल थिंक कि वेदर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट इज कंसल्टेड और नॉट. दिस the central government is consulted, it is part and parcel. Try to understand that since those services belong to super grade scale, those who are appointed as chief secretary, they belong to super grade scale. All those appointments officially happens in the name of president. This, and then when a chief secretary is appointed, right, then you should know that that name, when you are to appoint, that name is sent to the central government, yes, especially to DOPT, and it generally gives consent. That's why ये कभी news में नहीं आता है. When chief secretary will be selected by chief minister, he is free to select any officer of super grade scale as chief secretary. There is no any bar. Chief minister has complete discretion to select any such officer having a super grade scale as chief secretary. This freedom chief minister enjoys. But once you have selected that name, it is sent to the central government, and generally central government gives consent, especially DOPT. It is internal consultation process. That's why you know that Alapan Bandyopadhyay in West Bengal case, when he was appointed as chief secretary, so then government of India called him, sent a deputation, then he resigned. This he took retirement. That controversy resulted. This, if you read that controversy, so that time it has been mentioned. Articles have described that how there is consultation process. This, so there is role of central government, and governor role will be there obviously, because he is the formal head. All the appointments will happen through governor. So this, once a question was asked, same chief secretary wala, but that time option was state governor. These options were not there in prelims. This, and that time the doubt was that whether governor plays role or not. This, so that time it became clear that no, governor also plays role. So that way we can consider. So although appointment is done by the state government, but formally governor is also part and central government is also part. Hence option is D. And since defection related this, it is again a bit factual question. Entity applicable only to this, only one. Yes? Yes, it is not mentioned. इसलिए कि उस समय let's say it was not, let's say, clear कि there will be defection. तो local level government में तो second statement is not correct. This, anyhow, so then all states it is also not correct.
So why is first statement correct?
Yes.
It should be applicable to UTs also.
See, anti-defection law is applicable to only union legislature, state legislature.
UTs?
UTs, they don't have legislature. Right. Yes. In that way, we should have included. Right. Yes.
So first also I had the doubt on the same thing, but second I saw that the third statement it was written municipalities later. That word I just eliminated
yes, for more clarity we could have added. We agree that ki for more clarity, but it is very obvious, right? Anyhow, means for more clarity we should have added UTs, the 2 union territories legislature. Yes, if we only हटा दे तो वो भी सही होता, right? Right. All states do not have, some states have. Some states have, like Kerala has, Jammu and Kashmir had when it was a state. So, Kerala has one prohibition of, let us say, Defection Act 1999. Some states have brought law for municipalities also. This, and they bar, unka law simple, they bar any defection. Right. And then if there is any defection, there can be disqualification. This. But there are states which have anti-defection law for a municipality. But 74th Amendment Act does not talk about this defection related thing. This. So, the first two, let us say that key statements are not correct. By that way, it is first. Right. Anyhow, some means will so ensure that there is some more. Option A. Option A. Right. So, these are, I guess, key polity section. Now, then they will take. By the way, how do you see this exercise? How do you find paper like experience? It looks right. Yes, barring some this refinement will take care, let us say that, right. Will ensure that this is always a challenge to ensure well articulated options. We agree, questions should be well articulated, clear, no ambiguity. This we will try this because we realize this yes, somewhere there should be absolute clarity. This it is always a trying process, but I guess it may be helping you in let's improving. You take the test also as basis to every time when, since there are 5 tests, so and in the gap of I think 15 days, 20 days, so already people have been giving AIPMT test also. So already you are preparing, so you can take it more as let's say basis to further boost your preparation. This where you lack, especially in terms of knowledge, information, factual aspect, all categories of let's say that things you can see, and further let's say if you improve, so you go more close to UPSC. Certainly no one can match to UPSC, this is how I can say. Just we try to make and let's be matchable, but UPSC is always unmatchable. This, but it's a learning process we can consider, and this is how. So others will come and take their discussion, right? Right. Okay.
ठीक है.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I will be discussing geography and environment section. Right. So, how did you find this particular section, geography and environment? geography was attemptable and some environment related questions were tough. I hope so. ऐसा ही कुछ रहा होगा. Even within geography थोड़ा सा mapping related अगर है तो है ना. But you may have found the questions or the information asked in the questions familiar. आपने कहीं ना कहीं पढ़ा है उसको NCERT, GC Leong or somewhere, right? This is how UPSC paper 2023 was looking like. Okay, somewhere I have read about this topic or this statement, information given in those statement, but we were not able to attempt it correctly. कोई एक statement के बारे में clarity नहीं है, and because of that you know the options and you have seen the cutoff now. 75 is the cutoff. So that means the number of questions to be attempted needs to be chosen very carefully, right? Our attempt should be, you know, controlled, it should be limited in such kind of paper, okay? And for that we need to be confident on our knowledge. Many times what happens is हमें एक माइंड में रखा रहता है, सीनियर्स ने बताया रहता है, टॉपर्स ने, that we should attempt more than 90 questions anyhow to be in competition. And because of that only most of the students last year failed, because if you attempt more than 90 questions in such kind of paper, there will be negative marking, okay? And somehow that will bring you down of the cutoff line. 75 से थोड़ा सा ही कम रहोगे, ऐसा नहीं कि knowledge level में उनमें कोई difference है, okay? So we have to understand and judge the difficulty level of question paper there and there itself in the examination hall. And this is how these Panchsutra test, AIPMTs will be very handy to understand the difficulty level of the question paper and how many questions are to be attempted so as to cross that cutoff line. Okay. So yes, straight away we will discuss the question papers. So first of all, let me apologize for the kind of chaos that had happened in the morning. Okay, we will try to ensure from next time onwards the one only single center where most of the students can come and attempt this, because many students went back also. So we are overwhelmed by the response of the students also looking at the Panchsutra test, that they want to give this test and trusting us based on the quality of question papers that we are giving here. Okay, fine. So first question, geography section. क्या है ये बताइए, क्या आंसर होना चाहिए इसका? See, in geography, if you see last year question paper, the concept based question, if you have seen, 3 such questions were there on statement 1, statement 2. लगातार 3 क्वेश्चन थे ऐसे क्वेश्चन पेपर में, and they were from climatology and geomorphology. Okay, in the similar way we are trying to frame the concept based question in statement 1 and 2 type of question and finding the relation among them. Okay, so what statement 1 is saying here, snow line of the eastern Himalayas in Sikkim is lower than that of western Himalayas in Lahul and Spiti. Whether it is true? Is it true? नहीं है ना? Rather we can say that the snow line, what is snow line? It is the line which is separating the snow covered area of mountains with the non snow covered, ठीक है, the area which is not covered by them, तो उसको snow line बोलते हैं हम. Now what we see in the Sikkim, if you take the example of Kanchenjunga suppose in Sikkim, now it is comparatively located in the lower latitudes first of all as compared to western Himalayas, be it Kashmir or Himachal Pradesh, this Lahul and Spiti part of Himachal Pradesh, right? So it is located in the higher latitudes, right? And in the higher latitudes automatically the overall insolation is less, and that's why the snow line there will be, we can say, very low as compared to, तो यहाँ पर उल्टा दिया हुआ है ना, eastern Himalayas lower than, you can use that logic. Okay, and that explanation is mentioned in the second statement itself. What is that? Eastern Himalayas lie in the lower latitude as compared to, this is the reason actually. पहले statement में आपको opposite दिया हुआ है, but the reason is correct in the second statement. The first statement is incorrect here and you will get the answer D here. Now these type of questions are very easy to attempt. Why? you identify one of them as incorrect and you will get the answer, है ना. तो बहुत सारे ऐसे क्वेश्चन लास्ट ईयर स्टूडेंट्स ने अटेम्प्ट किए हैं सही तरीके से. Now one more reason for this is Western Himalayas comparatively receive the precipitation in terms of snowfall itself, while in Sikkim or we can say Assam, Darjeeling, there is more rainfall as they are in lower latitudes, so more snowfall, automatically it will bring down the snow line. Okay, so two reasons: higher latitudes, overall less insolation and more snowfall. दोनों याद रखना है, दोनों पूछ सकते हैं, हमने तो एक सिर्फ लैटिट्यूड वाला पूछा है. There can be other statement also. Fine? Okay. Yes, online students, good afternoon everyone. So if you have any question, you can ask in the comment box. Right. Now, swell waves. Like last AIPMT, we had asked different kinds of wave also. है ना. तो ओशनोग्राफी से नए नए कॉन्सेप्ट्स आ रहे हैं, तो आपको उस टाइप से क्वेश्चन भी हम पूछ रहे हैं. So what is swell wave? Now this is the unique concept. Many times we say that waves are those, we can say how waves are created. Basically it is the ocean movement, but that is imparted by the wind, prevailing wind that is flowing there, right? Now these waves are generally observed near the coast. तो हमें क्या लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं they are usually generated by distanced weather systems or storms. So we may get confused here. But swell waves are those waves which are generated by huge cyclonic storms in the deep seas, okay, and these are having long wavelength. The wavelength can be up to 150 meter, okay, and then they tend to reach towards the coast. Of course, the wave, whether we know about the tsunami waves, they are also generated in the deep waves, deep sea we can say, and they are reaching towards the coast because it is dissipation of energy, and that dissipation will happen near the coast. But where they are generated, the swell waves are generated in the deep oceans, deep seas, by the we can say strong tropical cyclones, or we can say intense low pressure systems. ठीक है, and then they will travel towards the coast. Such kind of unique phenomenon is the annual phenomenon in a pre-monsoon time period along the coast of Kerala, and that is called as this Kalakkadal. Okay, it is observed near the coast of Kerala, pre-monsoon time period. तो यहाँ पर क्या किया है, ईस्टर्न कोस्टल आंध्र प्रदेश ऐसा लिखा हुआ है. ओके, तो आप शायद नाम से भी समझ सकते हो, थोड़ा मलयालम टाइप का वर्ड है. ठीक है, तो मैंने बोला था कि कुछ भी लॉजिक यूज करिए आप, ठीक है, उससे आपको अगर सॉल्व करने आता है तो वो भी सही है. Now these waves can propagate in the direction that differ from the direction of wind. Now this is uniqueness. Generally the wave will travel in the direction of the wind, right? Because the prevailing wind will be basically giving the energy and direction to that wave. But these can travel in the other direction as compared to, we can say, direction of wind. And this is the uniqueness of these swell waves. Okay, so first and second statement is correct here, but the third statement, it is not Andhra Pradesh, rather it is Kerala coast. ठीक है, तो कलक कडल, कलक एंड कडल दोनों अलग अलग वर्ड मलयालम वर्ड्स है. ठीक है, इसका बेसिकली मीनिंग क्या है, द सी दैट कम्स एज अ थीफ, द सी दैट कम्स एज अ थीफ, ऐसा उसका मीनिंग है मलयालम में. ओके, so we have provided that in explanation, you can read that in detail later on. So I am giving you brief idea. What about this one, Barak Valley? Everyone knows about this, right? It is located in Assam, in the eastern part of Assam, where it is having border with Manipur and Nagaland, that region, where we have Barak Valley, right? And the name, it is basically deriving the name from Barak river, right? So there we have Chachar district of Assam, Haflong and Chachar districts, they are located in this Barak Valley. तो ये तो सही है, correctly matched है. What about this Kabau Valley and Kambam Valley? Yes. So how did you get that?
Kumbam
Very good. So it was in news last year. The Kambam grapes are very famous, world famous. Okay, and these have received the GI tag last year, and they are only grown in the Kambam Valley, which is located in Tamil Nadu, the Kodaikanal hills and that region. ठीक है, तो उससे ज्योग्राफी मैपिंग पॉइंट बनता है आपका हिल्स का. हिल्स से रिलेटेड क्वेश्चन हर साल आता है एक मैपिंग से रिलेटेड, राइट. सो वी आर आस्किंग दिस एज अ वैली. नाउ व्हाट अबाउट कबाव वैली? नो आइडिया. This Kabao Valley is located along the India-Myanmar border in Mizoram, or we can say it is a part of free boundary movement or free movement regime. कहाँ पर है वो? Along the Myanmar border. Okay, it is located along the Myanmar border. So it is not part of Arunachal Pradesh. It is not part of Arunachal Pradesh. It is along the we can say Manipur, Mizoram, that region, along the border with Myanmar. And it is part of free movement regime. A free movement regime news में था उस time पे, and many refugees were entering into India at that time. This particular valley was in news, Kabao Valley. Okay, so what should be the answer here? Only one pair is correctly matched, right? A is the correct answer, right? Okay, next. Now this is very easy, I guess. Those who have very good conceptual clarity. बेसिक एनसीईआरटी बेस्ड क्वेश्चन. क्या होना चाहिए बताइए? डी. यस, द स्टेटमेंट 1 इज इनकरेक्ट. यस, दैट इज ट्रू. डेट गलत दिया है ना. सो वेयर व्हेन वी रिसीव द मैक्सिमम सोलर इंसोलेशन? 3rd January. It is received on 3rd January, and basically at that time the earth is nearest to the sun. We know that earth is revolving around the sun in elliptical path, and at that time it is nearest to the sun, and that's why it receives maximum solar insolation. And during 4th of July it is farthest from the sun, although it is summer in northern hemisphere, but due to mixing of this solar insolation all over the earth's surface, you may not observe that. ठीक है. So if we see, the earth is basically tilted on its axis, no? ठीक है. Now if we take the let's say situation of 4th June, so it is the northern hemisphere that is exposed to the sun. That means sun is on this side. The sun is on this side. Northern hemisphere is exposed, but this distance is, we can say, farthest at that time. But if we take the example, or we can say situation of 3rd January, ठीक है, तो southern hemisphere is exposed, but this distance is less, and that's why earth is receiving maximum insolation from we can say sun 3rd January. तो पहला statement incorrect है, immediately we got the answer. Second statement is correct. No, insolation received from the sun decreases with increasing distance, right? So that is true. Okay, so D is the correct answer here. Then next, what about this one? First statement is correct. Why?
Because that is the distributary of.
Yes, it is not the tributary. ये word tricky था यहाँ पर. It is basically distributary of Mahanadi river in Odisha. Okay, Sukapeka river was in news last year or last to last year because of pollution in the Sukapeka river, and that's why it was in news. So this is incorrect. Then Kshipra river feeds into Chambal river system. What about this one? सही है ये? क्षिप्रा रिवर कहाँ से जाती है? मध्य प्रदेश है ना? Yes, and which let's say city is located on the bank of Kshipra river? उज्जैन. ठीक है, तो उज्जैन was in news, बहुत बार न्यूज में था. महाकाल वो जो कॉरिडोर से वजह से भी न्यूज में था. So Shipra river on the bank of it, Ujjain is located, we can say, and it traverses Malwa plateau before merging into Chambal river. So this is correct. What about this one? Chit Lui river. It is tributary of Subansiri river. It is incorrect. It is tributary of Barak river. It is tributary of Barak river. Okay, so Chitlui river is basically flowing in, originating in Mizoram, and we can say that it joins the river Turial, and Turial river it basically joining the Barak river. छोटा सा ही स्ट्रेच है 20 किलोमीटर का, बट आइजवाल मिजोरम कैपिटल वहाँ पे लोकेटेड है, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ पोल्यूशन इन दिस रिवर अगेन इट वाज इन न्यूज. ठीक है, छोटा सा ही स्ट्रेच है बट इट इज हाईली पोल्यूटेड बिकॉज ऑफ कैपिटल सिटी इज लोकेटेड देयर, एंड वी कैन से दैट. सो दिस इज इनकरेक्ट. हाउ मेनी स्टेटमेंट्स? ओनली वन. ए इज द करेक्ट आंसर हियर. Myristica swamps. हाँ बोलो. See, tributary is basically when the small streams are meeting the larger river in its catchment area. In its catchment area, मतलब क्या है? Upper courses में. So that is tributary. Distributary is basically that we can say flow of the river near the mouth of the river. Mouth कहाँ पर है? When it is draining into the ocean, and there because of its own deposition of sediments, the sediments obstruct the flow of water, and this is how distributaries are formed. Delta region में, ठीक है, तो they are called as distributaries. Fine. Okay. What about this Myristica swamps? हाँ. Western Ghats. Sundarban. See, those who know that Myristica swamps are basically freshwater swamps. They are found in freshwater systems. तो वो सुंदरबन को अपने आप क्या करेगा? एलिमिनेट कर लेगा, क्योंकि वहाँ ब्रैकिश वाटर है, डेल्टा रीजन है ना, so there will be brackish water. So we can say that the Myristica swamps are very unique. They look like, we can say that, mangroves. They have similar kind of root system which are breathing roots. Okay, but the uniqueness is they are the, let's say, found in fresh water system, and they are unique in Western Ghats, Northeast India, and some parts of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Some parts of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. ठीक है, तो दो ही सही है इसमें से, only two. Myristica swamps are basically having the Myristica species of plant is dominant there. That's why the name Myristica swamps. Okay, and that is the fresh water, we can say, tree species. तो ऐसे क्वेश्चन में आपको स्किप करना है. हाँ, वन कैन थिंक लाइक दैट कि अल्पाइन ग्रासलैंड्स में वैसा नहीं होगा, and if you eliminate the Sundarbans, but again I am saying that ऐसे क्वेश्चन आपको स्किप करना है, ठीक है, because it is asking very specific information. Now what about this one? It is easy, basic concept. The soils in taiga climate are acidic. We know about this. Taiga region, boreal climate or boreal we can say forest is found there. Taiga region, Russia, Siberia region. What is taiga? Taiga means pristine in Russian language. Pristine. So coniferous trees are found there, vegetation, boreal forest जिसको हम बोलते हैं, and there the soil is slightly acidic. Why? Because the unique kind of soil is found there. इनको क्या बोलते हैं? Podzols. And here, due to extremely low temperatures and anaerobic conditions, the bacterial activity of degrading organic matter is very less. It is located in higher latitudes. Taiga कहाँ पर मिलता है? Higher latitude में मिलता है, right? And because of that, we know temperatures are very less, and there will not be degradation or decomposition of organic matter by bacteria, and therefore that organic matter we can say is saturated, ठीक है, and making it more we can say acidic, that soil becomes more acidic, and this is called as we can say, see here, low temperatures and anaerobic in taiga climate inhibit decomposition of organic matter. This is the correct explanation. So that's why answer will be A here. Okay, fine. Moving on. What about this one? Varieties of rice. कहाँ पे पढ़ा है? ऐसे ही.
थोड़ा सा वो सेकंड वाला बोर का
See, Darsal, Nona Bokra and Talmagur, basically they are the salt tolerant varieties of rice, and the non-governmental entities and communities are trying to promote them in Sundarbans as a sustainable livelihood measure. In Sundarbans, the communities are finding a lot of problem in terms of agriculture. There is continuously saline water mixing, and the let's say normal rice cannot be grown in the saline we can say soils, and that's why these varieties are being grown there. These are salt tolerant varieties. UPSC has this knack of asking such term based questions, है ना. वो ऐसे कुछ ट्रेडिशनल वैरायटीज ऑफ लेट्स से कोई भी आर्ट एंड क्राफ्ट पूछ लेंगे, कोई हिस्ट्री का या कल्चर से रिलेटेड कुछ पूछ लेंगे. ओके, ट्रेडिशनल वाटर मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम्स. सो हियर बी इज द करेक्ट आंसर अबाउट दिस. ठीक है ना. इसमें एक एडवांटेज क्या होता है, तीनों में से एक भी आपको पता हो ना तो आंसर आपका आ जाता है. ठीक है, ऑल राइट. जैसे मैंने एक एग्जांपल देता हूं. 3 साल पहले एक क्वेश्चन आया था, दिद्वाना और समथिंग लेक्स, नेम्स ऑफ लेक्स वेर मेंशन लाइक दिस, 3 नेम्स वेर मेंशन एंड आर उसमें लिखा था फ्रेश वाटर लेक्स, सलाइन वाटर लेक्स एंड लेट्स से मैन मेड लेक्स और समथिंग लाइक दैट. ऐसे 4 ऑप्शंस थे. बेसिकली दे वेर ऑल सलाइन वाटर लेक्स ऑफ राजस्थान जहां पे सॉल्ट प्रोडक्शन होता है. ठीक है, अब उसमें से कुछ जो है, जैसे वहां पर एक कॉमन नाम होता है लेक्स का, ठीक है, दिद्वाना लेक या फिर ऐसे वाना टाइप ऐसे नाम में होता है. ठीक है, अगर आप देखोगे लेक्स का तो वो भी लॉजिक यूज करके बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स ने वो सही अटेम्प्ट किया था ज्योग्राफी में. दिस इज बेसिक एनसीईआरटी नॉलेज. ये सबका सही गया है या नहीं? क्यों, इसमें क्या दिक्कत है? दिस मस्ट बी करेक्ट. ठीक है, मैंगो शावर्स कहां पर होता है? यस, केरला एंड कर्नाटका. केरला एंड कर्नाटका वी कैन से दैट, और लार्जली इट इज, अगर एग्जैक्टली इन्होंने क्या दिया है, हाँ यस ऑफ कोर्स केरला एंड कर्नाटका, कोस्ट ऑफ वी कैन से केरला एंड कर्नाटका. फर्स्ट इज करेक्टली मैच्ड. व्हाट अबाउट द ब्लॉसम शावर? महाराष्ट्र तो है नहीं. बेसिकली ब्लॉसम शावर इज बेसिकली रिलेटेड टू ब्लॉसमिंग ऑफ कॉफी ट्रीज. ठीक है, तो वो कहां होता है? केरला और कर्नाटका. ठीक है, नीलगिरी हिल्स वहां पर होता है. सो वी कैन से दिस इज इनकरेक्टली मैच. नॉर्वेस्टर्स, यस दैट इज ट्रू. वी कैन से जो काल बैसाखी एंड ऑल दैट, वेस्ट बंगाल हम बोल सकते हैं. एंड दे आर ऑल्सो कॉल्ड व्हाट इन आसाम? बारडोली छेरा. उनको क्या बोलते हैं आसाम में? बारडोली छेरा, विच आर बेनिफिशियल फॉर टी कल्टिवेशन देयर. ठीक है, तो दिस इज इनकरेक्ट. वी आर वेटिंग फॉर दिस. ठीक है, समर में आता रहता है. नॉर्थ इंडियन प्लेन्स, थ्रू आउट नॉर्थ इंडियन प्लेन्स लू इज एक्सपीरियंस्ड, है ना. तो उत्तर प्रदेश इज देयर, बिहार इज देयर. सो दिस इज करेक्टली मैच्ड. 2 आर करेक्टली मैच्ड. We can say B is the correct answer. Sorry, pardon me. C is the correct answer. Pardon me. ये भी सही है ना. ठीक है, C is the correct answer. All right. Moving on. देखिए कुछ क्वेश्चन जो है, जो ये क्वेश्चंस आइडेंटिफाई करने और वो सही ही आने चाहिए. This is how you can easily cross that 75 marks cut off. ऐसे क्वेश्चन थे लास्ट ईयर भी, ठीक है, आपको वो आइडेंटिफाई करने थे, राइट. व्हाट अबाउट दिस वन, रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट्स. Yes, only 2 is correct. First incorrect, why?
सर एक और स्कैंडियम भी होता है.
Yes, यहाँ पर क्या होता है, स्कैंडियम एंड yttrium and other 15 lanthanides. Okay, they are together called as, total 17 are there we can say, and they are called as rare earth elements, very very important for electronics industry application. So China is the leading producer, yes, estimated. अब ऐसा जब फैक्ट देते हैं ना तो आपको रिस्क लेना है, क्योंकि वी नो दैट चाइना इज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट्स, ठीक है. तो देखो जो भी है, ठीक है, एस्टिमेटेड 70%, हम एक्सेप्ट कर सकते हैं वैसे चीज को. जब हम बोल रहे हैं कि लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर दे रहा है तो ऐसा गलत नहीं देगा यूपीसी भी. यहाँ पर लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर है, वी नो अबाउट दैट, लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर है चाइना, सो वी कैन एक्सेप्ट दैट एंड मार्क दिस करेक्ट. दिस वन इज इनकरेक्ट, आंसर विल बी बी, ठीक है. तो दे आर आस्किंग अबाउट क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स. लास्ट ईयर दे आस्क्ड अबाउट कोबाल्ट, दिस ईयर वी आस्क्ड अबाउट, अभी ये जो है टंगस्टन पूछा है हमने, आगे आएगा वो क्वेश्चन, ठीक है. तो ऑल क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स यू शुड बी रेडी विथ. रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट्स वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग क्वेश्चन नाउ. ओके, 2 क्वेश्चंस लास्ट ईयर फ्रॉम ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन. 100 में से 2 क्वेश्चन ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन पे थे. सो दैट मीन्स क्लीन एनर्जी टेक्नोलॉजीज एंड रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी इज द फोकस एरिया, एंड दिस इज फोकस एरिया ऑफ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ऑल्सो. तो आपको भी क्वेश्चन वहीं से आएंगे यूपीसी में, ठीक है. यस, आई वॉज टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस वन ओनली. So like they asked last year, no, the ilmenite, rutile are the minerals or ores of which of the following element. So similarly, wolframite and scheelite are the sources of tungsten. They are the sources of tungsten. ठीक है. So नाम याद रखना है अभी important, and tungsten is also one of the critical mineral. Okay, we know government of India has categorized critical minerals separately under Mines and Minerals Act. 30 such critical minerals have been identified, ठीक है. 30 आइडेंटिफाई किए है ना, ठीक है. सो मेनी टाइम्स दे आर इन न्यूज, वेदर लेट्स से देयर इज एनी काइंड ऑफ डिस्कवरी, लाइक वन क्वेश्चन वी हैव आस्क्ड ऑन, और वी आर गोइंग टू आस्क, एक्चुअली मैं बताने वाला था अभी, ठीक है. बट यस, आई एम focusing on the critical minerals because UPSC is basically focusing on critical minerals, its resource distribution. So if it is in news because of any discovery of that resource in India, ठीक है, like lithium discovery happened in Rajasthan as well as Jammu and Kashmir, right? So if such kind of discoveries are happening and that element is in news, उसका आपका डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन तैयार करके रखना है. द लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर, वेदर इंडियाज रैंक इन द प्रोडक्शन ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर, एंड देन इट्स एप्लीकेशंस आल्सो. ओके, फाइन. Yes, what about this one? Similar question was asked last year, and now we are forcing you to go to the basics. Read NCERT. Many times we skip the things, especially कौन vegetation पढ़ेगा, soils पढ़ेगा, हमें आ जाता है, इतना टेंशन नहीं है. UPSC asks such kind of questions. Okay, and the names are mentioned there in each type of vegetation, the types of trees that are found there, examples of trees, right? So what about this one? How many of the above are deciduous trees? We know about amla, we know about tendu, ठीक है, so they are deciduous trees. But what about mango? Mango is semi evergreen. Okay, mango is semi evergreen. लास्ट ईयर भी ऐसा ही उन्होंने क्वेश्चन पूछा था, उसमें एक था एवरग्रीन वाला ट्री. ओके, नाउ मैंगो इज मेंशन्ड देयर इन एनसीईआरटी. ऐसा नहीं कि मैं अलग से पूछ रहा हूँ, दिस इज बेस्ड ऑन एनसीईआरटी. ओके, सो ओनली 2 आर deciduous. We know about deciduous trees, 70 to 200 centimeter annual rainfall, and deciduous further divided as moist deciduous and dry deciduous depending on the rainfall. Dry deciduous 70 to 100, moist deciduous 100 to 200 centimeter rainfall. ठीक है, याद रहेगा ये. So try to revise the basics of NCERT. Here the answer is B. Now the simple things that we miss in atlas reading. Okay, so we know about Aravalis. So how many states? Aravali lies in 2 तो नहीं है ना, हमें इतना तो लॉजिकली पता है. It's there in Gujarat and Rajasthan as well as in Haryana. Delhi Union Territory will consider. But those who missed Haryana भी है, of course, the ridge is there, है ना, Aravali ridge. So 3 states plus 1 union territory, that is Delhi. ठीक है, तो this will be incorrect. We have to identify incorrect. Again, we actually tricked into this. जब तक आप ये सही ढूंढते हैं तब तक ये कमांड भूल जाते हैं आप. ठीक है, ऐसा है. इजी क्वेश्चन में हमेशा उल्टा कमांड देता है यूपीएससी. ठीक है, ताकि आप एक्साइटमेंट में क्या करते हो, गलत करते हो. ठीक है. राजमहल हिल्स लाई ओनली इन 1 स्टेट. विच स्टेट? ईस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ झारखंड. Only in 1 state, Rajmahal Hills. We know that it is the eastern edge of peninsular India, no, peninsular block, and that is broken, and Meghalaya and Karbi Anglong plateau is separated from our peninsular plateau, and there is Malda gap created there. ठीक है, तो ईस्टर्न फ्रंट पे क्या है, राजमहल हिल्स है पेनिनसुलर ब्लॉक के. सो वी कैन से दिस इज करेक्ट. व्हाट अबाउट कार्डमम हिल्स? दैट इज ट्रू. केरला एंड तमिलनाडु बॉर्डर, Kerala and Tamil Nadu border, Cardamom Hills, basically they are extension of Western Ghats. ठीक है. नीलगिरी हिल्स के बियॉन्ड जो एक्सटेंशन जाता है, that is Anaimale Hills, and south of that there is Cardamom Hills. इसका नाम कार्डमम क्यों गिरा है? Cardamom is grown there, right? It is a kind of, we can say, मसाला. ठीक है, तो ये क्या है, सही है. How many are incorrect then? See, we have checked that, but झारखंड ही है देखा जाए तो. ठीक है, झारखंड में ही है सारा राजमहल हिल्स. ऑल राइट. There was one question, 3 statements were given last year about the connectivity projects, no, east west corridor, north south corridor, ऐसा कुछ तो क्वेश्चन था, right? Transport corridors related. So this Kaladan project was in news continuously. Why? Because we have acquired Sitwe port now, and this is the second such international port after Chabar port of Iran. ठीक है, तो ये प्रोजेक्ट न्यूज में था, सितवे पोर्ट न्यूज में था. We can expect such kind of question. So what is this Kaladan multimodal? As the name suggests, multimodal transit transport. So basically the transport modes multiple है इसमें. It involves basically, yes, we can say first of all shipping from Kolkata to Sitwe. Sitwe is located in Myanmar, right? Sitwe port. Now from that Sitwe port there is inland waterway on the Kaladan river within Myanmar up to this location Paletwa. Up to this location Paletwa, and from that land or we can say road transport is there. तो इसलिए multimodal, अलग अलग modes of transport है. Now the trick word was identify किया है. तो कभी कभी मैंने देखा है स्टूडेंट्स को वो कलादान प्रोजेक्ट और ट्राइलैटरल हाईवे प्रोजेक्ट में कंफ्यूजन करते हैं. वी हैव ट्राइलैटरल हाईवे प्रोजेक्ट ऑल्सो, इंडिया, म्यांमार एंड थाईलैंड. Okay, so from this location in Myanmar we are connecting one location in Mizoram in India. So this is how we are trying to reach our northeastern region through Myanmar, and it is also part of Act ईस्ट इंडिया एक्ट ईस्ट पॉलिसी दैट वी हैव, ठीक है, फॉरेन पॉलिसी जो है हमारी एक्ट ईस्ट, तो वो उसके उसी का भी पार्ट है हम बोल सकते हैं. सो फर्स्ट वन इज करेक्ट बट सेकंड वन इज इनकरेक्ट. आंसर विल बी, ठीक है. दिस वन इज इजी आई गेस. जिन्होंने जी सिलियोंग पढ़ा है उनको सही से आ गया होगा. जिन्होंने भी ठीक है मेरे सेशंस कुछ किए होंगे ज्योग्राफी के, उनको भी पता होगा ज़रूर. व्हाट अबाउट टाइड्स, सॉरी डेल्टा फॉर्मेशन, फेवरेबल कंडीशंस. The first and foremost condition is that it should bring lot of sediments with it, and for that there should be long course of the river, there should be many tributaries to that river. ठीक है, तो वो बहुत सारे sediments लेके आएगा, right? Then these sediments should not be obstructed in its course or deposited in its course, and whenever the lakes are located along the course of river, the lakes will have these depositions in those lakes. And that's why we can say, यहाँ पे देखो presence of large lakes बोला है, there should be absence of, ये presence नहीं है, absence होना चाहिए. This one is. Then now why we are talking about tides? If there are high tides near the mouth of river, they will take out all the sediments into the sea, and that's why we don't want, let's say, high tides or the presence of tides there. ठीक है, तो generally the sheltered coast will not have such kind of high tides and low tides. ठीक है, or we can say the large waves also. So absence of tides is the correct one. Now what about the shallow sea near the mouth of river? Yes, the shallow sea means basically we want the shallow continental shelf, and this is how the speed of river water can be reduced with shallow sea. When the speed of river is reduced, automatically it will start depositional activity, and this is how delta formation is more along the eastern coast of India. Why? Because we have shallow sea along the eastern coast of India. It is emergent coast, right? The eastern coast of India is emergent coast. ऐसे भी क्वेश्चन आता है आपको प्रीलिम्स में, and that's why the delta formation is favored there, along with long courses of rivers are there and all these things. So this is correct. Then absence of strong ocean currents, especially the right angle to the mouth of river. Generally ocean currents are right angle only, they flow along the coast, right? Ocean currents. So if the strong ocean currents are flowing along the mouth of the river, then they will take out all these sediments with them, and that's why we don't want such kind of strong ocean currents there. So absence is good thing. So how many conditions? 3 conditions. ठीक है, so we can expect such concept based question also. ठीक है, now सारे हो गए 15 डिस्कस. चलो एनवायरमेंट के डिस्कस करते हैं, एंड अगेन आई एम रिपीटिंग, बी रेडी विथ व्हाट यू कैन से सरप्राइजेस इन एनवायरमेंट सेक्शन. पिछले 2-3 साल से बार बार यूपीएससी वैसे सरप्राइज कर ही रहा है आपको, है ना. So be ready with surprises, but again I am telling you, environment section can be prepared in a smart manner. Every time I am giving you idea about this, that UPSC follows the trend, its own trend. Minimum 2 questions from pollutants, minimum 2 questions from environmental law, minimum 2 questions from international initiatives for climate change and environment protection. ठीक है, तो उनका खुद जैसे 2-3 क्वेश्चन स्पेसीज के ऊपर तो आते ही है, या प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया पे आएंगे. सो दे देमसेल्व्स आर फॉलोइंग सर्टेन ट्रेंड, बट विद इन दैट दे आर आस्किंग वाइडर इंफॉर्मेशन. स्पेसीज कुछ भी स्पेसीज पूछ लेंगे, ठीक है, एकदम ही मतलब जो पता ही नहीं है हमें इतना उसके बारे में. और एनवायरमेंटल लॉ बहुत ही अभी घुस के क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं एनवायरमेंटल लॉ से. ऑल्दो बायोडाइवर्सिटी वाला लास्ट ईयर जो क्वेश्चन था इजी था, और अनक्लॉस वाला क्वेश्चन इजी था, है ना, यूनाइटेड नेशन कन्वेंशन ऑन लॉ ऑफ सीज. सो दैट वाज इजी क्वेश्चन, बट आई एम टेलिंग यू यूपीएससी हैज आस्क्ड द डिटेल्ड प्रोविजन ऑफ एनवायरमेंट प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट 1986 ऑल्सो. सेक्शन पूछा है एक बार उन्होंने ईपीए का. सो वी हैव टू प्रिपेयर अकॉर्डिंगली. सो आई एम टेलिंग यू दिस, लास्ट मिनट रिविजन्स इन्हीं सेक्शंस का होना चाहिए. लास्ट मिनट रिवीजन आपका टेस्ट के लिए हो या यूपीसी के लिए इन्हीं सेक्शंस का ज़्यादा, बिकॉज इट इज फैक्चुअल, है ना. लीगल प्रोविजंस आर फैक्चुअल, पोल्यूटेंट सोर्सेस and we can say its effects and all these things, they are a factual. International initiatives, so many initiatives are there, even in current developments they will let's say ask in the current affairs all these initiatives. ठीक है. So root zone technology often mentioned in news. अब रूट जोन है तो हमें ऑप्शंस देखिए हमने कैसे कंफ्यूज किया हुआ है. What they are asking, to promote micro irrigation to boost crop yield and reduce growth of weeds. So somehow it is related to roots of plants. Enable the treatment of wastewater. Somehow it is irrelevant. है ना, देखने जो unknown person है उसके लिए तो irrelevant ही लगेगा वो. Then to build the stronger foundations of building, लग सकता है foundation root. And to facilitate vertical farming and make agriculture, again related to agriculture. Basically the odd one is correct answer here. It is one of the technology that is used to treat the wastewater. How? Name जो है ना ये root zone. Now we know that how certain bacteria like rhizobium is there, and when they are associated with the roots of plant, they are continuously fixing the atmospheric nitrogen, and this is how let's say they are trying to ensure the supply of nitrogen to plants. So such kind of chemical activities are there because of mycorrhiza जिसको बोलते हैं, the association of these roots of leguminous plants with these bacteria, and they are doing these chemical reactions. That particular let's say analogy is used here to treat the organic wastewater, or we can say organic content in the wastewater, and decompose it by the microbes. Okay, use of microbes or microorganisms to decompose the organic matter. This is the technology. ठीक है, root zone technology जो है. Fine. So that's why B is the answer here. All right, you can skip such kind of question, of course, if you don't know, but you know about this. Coal gasification you learn. सर इतना ही टर्म ही फैमिलियर लगता है, अंदर का पूछा हुआ थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट है ना. Yes, when we learn about coal gasification, yes, it is energy efficient technology. It leaves less amount of pollutants into the atmosphere. Okay, and this is being explored as an alternative to coal, use of coal gasification. It leads to formation of synthesis gas or syngas. ठीक है, synthesis gas or syngas. When the coal is simply let's say burned and the gases are collected in that coal gasification process, and those gases are used as a fuel. ठीक है, those gases. Now which gases are the outcome of this process? Hydrogen, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, all three are part of that. Syngas, synthesis gas जिसको बोलते हैं. Now this one we know about that from let's say Shankar IAS or PMF IAS, whatever the sources you are reading. But what about this one? All the combustible gases generated in this process can be used in internal combustion engine. हाँ, carbon monoxide you cannot use in internal combustion engine. हाँ, अच्छा तो इसलिए यूज किया लॉजिक. ठीक है, सही है, यूज करो लॉजिक, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. राइट, सो यस, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड एंड यू कैन यूज द हाइड्रोजन but not the carbon monoxide. The byproducts of coal gasification can be used for making nitrogenous fertilizers. Now that is true, है ना, like simply ammonia and ammonia related fertilizers are there. They can be the byproduct of coal gasification process, because we know methane is associated with coal. क्या पढ़ते हैं हम, coal bed methane पढ़ते हैं कि नहीं, कहाँ से आता है वो, coal seams से ही आता है. And that methane or methanogenous let's say substances can be used to create the nitrogenous fertilizers also. ठीक है, तो this one is correct. दो statement सही है इसमें, this is incorrect. So answer would be B here. ठीक है. What about this one? on health of forests. Again, एक दो सही लगता है, बाकी के नहीं पता है. Now here I will tell you the importance of PYQ also. एक बार यूपीएससी ने बीजिंग डिक्लेरेशन पूछा था. PYQ करते हैं आप? And what is that related to? बीजिंग डिक्लेरेशन 1995 related to women empowerment. It is related to women empowerment. PYQ. Okay. So you can eliminate this one. We know about New York Declaration 2014. It is related to forest. Purely it is related to forest. New York Declaration. तो ये सही है. What about Glasgow? Yes, 2021 Glasgow Declaration, COP 26. Now there we said that we want to have afforestation and create a carbon sink. ठीक है, तो हमें फॉरेस्ट डिग्रेडेशन कम करना है और फॉरेस्टिंग सिंक तैयार करना है. तो दिस इज करेक्ट. नाउ द सेउल डिक्लेरेशन वाज देयर इन 2022 एंड दिस इज आल्सो रिलेटेड टू वी कैन से फॉरेस्ट्स. हाँ, फॉरेस्ट्री कांग्रेस जो है उसका ये डिक्लेरेशन था, तो वो फॉरेस्ट से ही रिलेटेड था. तो ये प्योरली दो जो है फॉरेस्ट से रिलेटेड है एंड दिस इज रिलेटेड टू क्लाइमेट चेंज, बट इट इज टॉकिंग अबाउट creating the forest as a carbon sink. So 3 are related to, we can say, or have bearing on forest. So C is the correct answer. Now what about next one, species based. तो बहुत ही अजीब डिस्क्रिप्शन भी है. अब ये हम बताता हूँ मैं आपको कैसी टेक्निक है जो यूपीएससी यूज करता है. ये आपका टाइम वेस्ट करने की टेक्निक है. आप पूरा डिस्क्रिप्शन पढ़ोगे उसके बाद भी आंसर नहीं मिलेगा, है ना. किसको पता है सारे शार्क की स्पेसीज दिए, अलग अलग नाम दिए हैं. एंड मेनी टाइम्स व्हाट स्टूडेंट्स डू इज इसमें 1 मिनट 1.5 मिनट डाल दिया, अब मैं छोड़ के कैसे जाऊँ इसको, मैं अटेम्प्ट करता हूँ, कुछ तो रिस्क यूज करेंगे या समथिंग लाइक दैट. बट समटाइम्स द डिस्क्रिप्शन बेस्ड क्वेश्चंस हैव सम एडवांटेज. व्हाई? Only 1 or 2 keywords from the descriptions can be identified to get the right answer. Now if some students somehow in the current affairs may have read about monkfish, it is also known as monk shark. ठीक है, तो उसको धुंधला धुंधला कुछ याद आता है वो करंट अफेयर्स से, एंड दैट पर्सन एंजल मॉन्क कुछ तो कोरिलेशन उसने ध्यान में रखा हुआ रहता है. And basically that is correct. The angel sharks are unique species. They are critically endangered species of shark dwelling near the ocean bottom, and they are specifically found in Mediterranean Sea and Eastern Atlantic Ocean. Critically endangered है, इसका नंबर बहुत कम है. Okay, and they have flat body structure. Okay, they have flat body structure. ये IUCN, ठीक है, it is bottom dwelling shark species. It use camouflage as the behavioral strategy to protect itself from its predators. And monk shark, ठीक है, तो आंसर इज एंजल शार्क. तो मुझे लगता है आपने स्किप किया होगा ये क्वेश्चन. गुड, ठीक है, स्किप ही करना चाहिए ऐसे क्वेश्चन. ठीक है. नाउ दिस इज ऑल्सो स्किपेबल क्वेश्चन. पढ़ा नहीं है इसके बारे में कुछ न्यूज में. See, we know that solar energy is being promoted by the government of India aggressively, and we know that solar photovoltaic cells, largely the material that we use they are imported. That is problem, high cost. ठीक है, इंडिया में इसका हाई कॉस्ट क्यों है सोलर पैनल्स का? क्योंकि हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं. टेक्नोलॉजी इज नॉट दैट एडवांस. नाउ रिलेटेड टू दैट टेक्नोलॉजी ओनली द यूनिक काइंड ऑफ मटेरियल इज बीइंग डेवलप्ड. इनको बोलते हैं पेरोस्काइट सोलर सेल्स. दे आर यूजिंग पेरोस्काइट क्रिस्टल्स. दिस इज अ काइंड ऑफ वी कैन से नैनो मटेरियल. दिस इज काइंड ऑफ नैनो मटेरियल एंड दिस इज हैविंग द हाई एफिशिएंसी टू कन्वर्ट सोलर एनर्जी टू इलेक्ट्रिकल एनर्जी. ठीक है, तो यहां पे कहां पे दैट आर यस एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी is more here. Now this material, standard material, if we see, they are made up of lead halide or tin halide. अब जिसको ये पता है तब जाके उसको समझेगा कि ये इको फ्रेंडली मटेरियल नहीं है. वी नो लीड इज प्रॉब्लमैटिक व्हेन इट इज लीचिंग इनटू we can leach into the water or soil, that is problematic. Water pollution. ठीक, heavy metal में आता है ना lead. So eco friendly material तो नहीं है, जिसको पता है वो material तो one can easily eliminate that. Then these materials can be recycled. We know most of the heavy materials can be recycled. ठीक है, तो this is correct, this one is incorrect, this is correct. What should be the answer here? So we can ये ऐसे क्वेश्चंस को आप क्या करेंगे, आपको अभी एक स्टैंडर्ड रिसोर्स बन रहा है आपका एक नया, शायद आपने करंट अफेयर्स में नहीं पढ़ा है, कहीं पे नहीं पढ़ा है. यूज दिस एज अ रिसोर्स, ओके, टू रिवाइज एंड देन इट कैन बी आस्क्ड इन द एग्जामिनेशन. नाउ अबाउट दिस वन, सी दिस इज हाउ आई एम टेलिंग यू द पॉइंट वेयर योर प्रिपरेशन स्टॉप्स. नो, यूपीएससी आस्क द क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम दिस पार्ट, द नेक्स्ट पार्ट. ठीक है, ऐसा होता है. एंड वी नो दैट न्यू 5 रामसर साइट्स वेर रिसेंटली अनाउंस्ड इन जनवरी मंथ. हमने सिर्फ रामसर साइट्स और वो कौन से स्टेट में है उतना ही तैयार किया है. 3 इन कर्नाटका, 2 इन तमिलनाडु, एंड नाउ द टोटल नंबर इज 80 एंड द हाइएस्ट इन तमिलनाडु 60. नंबर्स याद करने में मजा आता है हमें. ठीक है, ठीक है, बट now we have asked one description of one of that wetland. ठीक है, so the wetland is unique actually, that's why we have asked. Wetland supports traditional fish farming in the estuarian rice fields locally known as Ghazni rice fields. Okay, and we can say bevel shell collection and salt production. The farmers grow a salt tolerant rice variety Kaga, again unique है. ठीक है, which is one of the specialties of the region. The mangroves found here provide much needed protection from cyclones. Now which Ramsar site is being described here? This is Aghanasini. Basically Aghanasini river is there in Karnataka, which is west flowing river, and that enters into Arabian Sea as a estuary, forming estuary. तो ये कर्नाटका में है. कहाँ पर है ये? रिमेनिंग 2 आर इन कर्नाटका, ये भी ऑप्शन में दिए हमने. ठीक है, दिस वन इज ऑल्सो इन कर्नाटका एंड दिस वन इज ऑल्सो इन कर्नाटका अमंग दीज 3 न्यूली अनाउंस्ड, एंड दिस वन इज इन तमिलनाडु एंड द अदर वन विच इज अनाउंस्ड इन तमिलनाडु, शोला वुडलैंड शोला, लॉन्ग वुडलैंड शोला फॉरेस्ट. क्या है वो? लॉन्ग वुडलैंड शोला फॉरेस्ट. ठीक है, तो वो तमिलनाडु का दूसरा वाला है. बहुत सारा है केरला में, वो नेशनल पार्क ही है उसके नाम पे, शोला फॉरेस्ट के ऊपर. ठीक है, बट दिस वन इज इन तमिलनाडु. या गुड लॉजिक, यू कैन यूज दैट लॉजिक ऑल्सो. किया है ये यूज, सही है. ठीक है, मुझे चाहिए एग्जाम में भी आप ऐसा लॉजिक यूज करें, और सही होता है ऐसा लॉजिक हमेशा. ठीक है, स्पीसीज, बट दिस इज वेरी यूनिक स्पीसीज फाउंड इन अफ्रीका. ओके, these are aardvarks. Okay, aardvarks are endemic to Africa only. This is correct. They are found in Africa, but they are having wider habitat within Africa. Okay, from South Africa to sub-Saharan region, Sudan, वहाँ तक उसका spread है, distribution habitat का. So that shows that they are not only found in semi-arid and arid region. Second statement देखिए, naturally found only in arid and semi-arid region. Okay, now what are these aardvarks? They are small mammals and they are basically ant eaters. Okay, they are ant eaters and they have very long tongue. So in the mounds of ant, they are directly, let's say, sending that what you can say, tongue, and that is having sticky material, and they are eating their, we can say, food. ठीक है, तो यूनिक स्पेसीज है, इसलिए हमने उसका पूछा है. सो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट, सेकंड इज इनकरेक्ट. सो हियर आंसर वुड बी सी. ठीक. नाउ व्हाट अबाउट दिस वन? See, they are asking such kind of questions, you know. World, let's say air quality standards से related last year ऐसा कुछ question आया था कि WHO has let's say given the new guidelines of air quality standard of PM 2.5, particulate matter 2.5 and PM 10. So they asked in mains also and prelims also immediately. 2022 mains and 23 prelims on the same topic. Now, yes, of course, these are also pollutants, but they are let's say related to water pollution. Okay. So, according to World Health Organization, the nitrate limit is in potable water should be 50 milligram per liter or less. The excessive nitrate content in drinking water causes blue baby syndrome. ये सबको पता है. Everyone knows second statement. You may be confused about the first statement, but that is true. And most of you may have used that logic that nowadays students are following कि UPSC facts हमेशा गलत देता है. कर रहे हैं ना आजकल ये follow कुछ तो. Factual information हमेशा UPSC गलत देता है, ऐसा कुछ तो चल रहा है ट्रेंड. ठीक है, तो हमें ऐसा कोई 100% ट्रस्ट नहीं करना है कोई भी ट्रेंड में. ठीक है, ऐसा है तो पूरे 100 क्वेश्चन में आप ये ऐसे ही कुछ लॉजिक यूज करके आ जाओगे, ऐसे थोड़ी चलेगा ना. राइट, this one is correct and that's why answer will be A here, as this can cause the blue baby syndrome. Blue baby syndrome is problematic. It can result into preterm birth among the pregnant women. It can affect the brain development also. ठीक है, excess nitrate content. So that's why these limits are mentioned. So A is the correct answer. Right. What about this one? Food chain related कभी कभी random वो question पूछता है. How many of the above are primary producers? ऐसा question था कि नहीं? Right. So we can expect such kind of question, and they are giving such, let's say, scientific names, families of animals, which is found in NCERT, biology, NCERT, 11th standard NCERT, animal classification, animal kingdom classification. Now, in our PT 100 classes, we had one session on specifically on kingdom, animal kingdom, and that session is available on YouTube. ठीक है, open session था वो, and it is available on YouTube. आपने वो 2.5 घंटे का सेशन करना है. ठीक है, जिसमें हमने NCERT का पूरा एक्सप्लेनेशन दिया है. क्या है ये? एनिमल क्लासिफिकेशन, बिकॉज दे आर यूजिंग सच टर्म्स इन योर क्वेश्चंस लाइक दिस वन, डायटम्स, कोपेपॉड्स, फोरामिनिफेरा, सिफेलोपॉड्स. क्या होता है ये? These are the names of families in the classification of invertebrates. Okay, so yes, it is given in NCERT. Again, I am repeating, 11th standard NCERT, that chapter. Now, zooplanktons. In aquatic food chain, in marine food chain, what are zooplanktons? Zooplanktons are basically heterotrophic animals. And they are eating the phytoplanktons, who are the producers. Phytoplanktons, वो क्या है? Kind of algae. Okay, they are being eaten by zooplanktons, and further zooplanktons are eaten by the fish or the bigger animals, we can say. तो zooplanktons में कौन से आते हैं इसमें? We know diatoms are producers. ये तो eliminate हो गया. ठीक है. Now, if you know that cephalopods are bigger animals in size, in we can say marine environment. Bigger animals मतलब कौन से होते हैं? Like for example, squids, cuttlefish. ठीक है, these are some examples. तो उसमें तो सवाल ही नहीं आता zooplanktons का. But if you know that these are the examples belonging to this family, cephalopods, तभी आपको वो eliminate करने आएगा. And that's why I was telling you NCERT, because they have the examples, they have they have mentioned the characteristics of these animals also. This is eliminated. But remaining 3, foraminifera, copepods and rotifers, these are 3 examples of zooplanktons. ठीक है, तो ये आंसर आता है यहाँ पर only 3. मे बी यू हैव स्किप्ड दिस क्वेश्चन, आई होप. तो एनवायरमेंट में कई सारे क्वेश्चन स्किप किए हैं आपने. नाउ दिस इज ट्रिकी क्वेश्चन बट सॉल्वेबल. Why I am saying tricky? Look at the statements. The water footprint of China exceeds that of India. You may assume this because of second statement. Rice productivity of China is almost double as compared to India. Now second statement is correct. ठीक है, चाइना का प्रोडक्टिविटी राइस का बहुत ज़्यादा है, बट इफ यू सी द वाटर यूज इट इज मोर इन इंडिया. इंडिया में प्रोडक्टिविटी कम है एंड वाटर यूज ज़्यादा है. दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम एंड दैट्स व्हाई मेनी टाइम्स इट वाज इन न्यूज. In India, the kind of irrigation system that is used for rice, it is not effective, efficient. Water efficient नहीं होता है, flood irrigation use करते हैं हम. That is problematic. Even the methane emissions and all these things. But in China, they are using less amount of water. ठीक है, तो water footprint of China exceeds that of India is incorrect. That's why I was telling you solvable है but tricky है. So this one is correct. So statement 1 is incorrect. D is the correct answer here.
Sir, but अगर statement 1 को individually पढ़े तो how can we relate that कि वो rice productivity से related है?
Which one?
Statement 1.
See, water footprint of China exceeds that of India. Okay, so if you are saying that whether it is specifically related to rice, okay, one can think like that. ठीक है, one can think like that. But in such kind of questions, ठीक है, जनरली दे आर आस्क्ड ऑन वन थीम. ठीक है, ऐसा सोचिए आप, स्टेटमेंट 1 और स्टेटमेंट 2 जब भी क्वेश्चन आता है दे आर रिलेटेड टू पर्टिकुलर सब्जेक्ट. ठीक है, ऑल्दो वी शुड हैव मेंशन्ड हियर, आपका डाउट सही है, वाटर फुटप्रिंट रिलेटेड टू राइस कल्टीवेशन, ये स्पेसिफिक होना चाहिए था. बट अगेन आई एम टेलिंग यू कि वो एक थीम के साथ क्वेश्चन पूछा हुआ है दैट इट इज रिलेटेड टू राइस कल्टीवेशन. दोनों स्टेटमेंट जो है राइस कल्टीवेशन से रिलेटेड है एंड दैट्स व्हाई आंसर वुड बी डी हियर. ठीक है, इट वाज इन न्यूज. डीम्ड फॉरेस्ट, फॉरेस्ट कंजर्वेशन एक्ट वाज अमेंडेड लास्ट ईयर 2023 and deemed forest was in news, as well as we can say that the definition of forest was in news. गोदावर्मन जजमेंट ऑफ 1996 वॉज इन न्यूज. ठीक है, तो उससे रिलेटेड ही ये क्वेश्चन है. द टर्म डीम्ड फॉरेस्ट इज डिफाइंड इन द फॉरेस्ट एक्ट. नो, इट इज नॉट डिफाइंड इन फॉरेस्ट कंजर्वेशन एक्ट 1980. इट इज नॉट डिफाइंड इन द फॉरेस्ट एक्ट ऑफ 1927 और एनी अदर लॉ ऑफ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया. Okay, it is not defined in any law of government of India. The deemed forests are identified and classified by the state governments in the country. Now this is correct. Basically in Godavarman judgment of Supreme Court, the Supreme Court said that the forest definition should be dictionary definition. Dictionary definition मतलब क्या है, ट्री कहाँ पर भी हो वो फॉरेस्ट का पार्ट हो, whether it is on open land और प्राइवेट लैंड, कम्युनिटी लैंड और गवर्नमेंट लैंड. ठीक है, सो दैट विल बी पार्ट ऑफ फॉरेस्ट. तो इसको डिक्शनरी डेफिनेशन बोलते हैं, राइट. सो इन दैट जजमेंट इटसेल्फ द सुप्रीम कोर्ट सेड दैट द स्टेट शुड कैरी आउट वन सर्वे एंड क्लासिफाई सच फॉरेस्ट विच आर नॉट येट रिकॉर्डेड इन इट्स रेवेन्यू डिपार्टमेंट. जो पब्लिक रिकॉर्ड्स होते हैं रेवेन्यू डिपार्टमेंट, तो ऐसे फॉरेस्ट को वो डीम फॉरेस्ट टैग देके ऐसा वो सर्वे करे, ऐसा उन्होंने बोला था. वहां से ये टर्म ओरिजिनेट होता है, डीम फॉरेस्ट. बट नॉट ऑल स्टेट्स हैव डन दिस, बट दिस इज एक्सट्रीम स्टेटमेंट. नो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इन इंडिया हैज लीगली रिकॉग्नाइज्ड डीम फॉरेस्ट. एक्सट्रीम है ना, यू कैन यूज दैट लॉजिक. सो देयर आर एक्सेप्शंस. व्हाट आर दिस? ओडिशा एंड एमपी, they have amended their own forest act and included deemed forest. ठीक है, Odisha and Madhya Pradesh. So this one is incorrect statement. So only one is correct here, second statement. ठीक है, deemed forest. All right. Now this has become the favorite area of UPSC also, as well as nowadays the increasing ecological concern. What is that? Invasive species. you should understand most of the human wildlife conflict that is happening, especially human elephant conflict, that is, it was in news in Kerala, पूरे एक साल continuous news में रहता है, human wildlife conflict. Basically, the food in their own habitat is reducing, and the major reason for that is spread of invasive species. जो वो खाते नहीं है उनका अमाउंट बढ़ रहा है, of course, and that's why they are forced to come out of their own habitat. This is how the conflict is happening. Okay, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं उसको लिंक करके क्वेश्चन आएगा, क्योंकि ह्यूमन वाइल्ड लाइफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट इज योर पार्ट ऑफ मेंस सिलेबस. ये आपको मेंस में पूछेंगे ह्यूमन वाइल्ड लाइफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, बट प्रीलिम्स में इस तरीके से पूछेंगे सेन्ना स्पेक्टालिबिलस एंड क्रोमलेना ऑर्डरेटा. दीज आर बेसिकली what you can say, they are harming the native plants and ecosystems where they grow because they are invasive species. ठीक है, invasive species. This one is basically ornamental plant in Central and Southern America. This was introduced as a shelter tree in coffee cultivations. Tea cultivations, coffee cultivations, shelter tree बोल के shade देने के लिए वो tree ये किया गया था, बट वो अभी वहां पे पूरे हैबिटेट में स्प्रेड हो चुका है. ओके, सो इन्वेजिव स्पेसीज एंड दे वेर इन न्यूज. फाइन. व्हाट अबाउट दिस वन? वी लर्न अबाउट डिसॉल्व्ड ऑक्सीजन, वी लर्न अबाउट बीओडी एंड सीओडी, बट सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट इज वन स्टेप अहेड हियर. ठीक है, शायद आपको वो स्टैंडर्ड रिसोर्स में मिले भी नहीं. ठीक है, but it can be asked also. It is indicator of organic pollution in water. We know about this, right? Because that leads to eutrophication of bodies, and we can say high BOD, reduced dissolved oxygen. But yes, Winkler method is one such method where dissolved oxygen and BOD both can be measured. Through measurement of dissolved oxygen only, biological oxygen demand can be identified and measured. और उसको विंकलर मेथड बोलते हैं. ठीक है, मेथड कैसे वर्कआउट करता है ये नहीं पूछेगा यूपीएससी, इतना डिटेल में नहीं जाएगा. ओके, दैट विल बी लाइक एनवायरमेंटल साइंस, नॉट पार्ट ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल स्टडीज, वो साइंस में चला जाएगा. बट दे विल आस्क अबाउट द मेथड. सो व्हाट इज दैट? विंकलर मेथड. ठीक है, फाइन. सो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट एंड वी कैन से दैट सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट इज ऑल्सो करेक्ट. सी इज द करेक्ट आंसर हियर. With reference to Environment Protection Act of 1986, consider the following statement. Now we have to identify incorrect. ठीक है, यहाँ पर again command है incorrect. So the power to lay down standards for emission and discharge of environmental pollutants is given to, under Environment Protection Act, central government is having certain exclusive powers, and most of the polluting activities and related norms setting or standard setting activities, तो वो आपको सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को दिया गया है, सिर्फ स्टेट्स को नहीं है. स्टेट्स फॉलो सेंट्रल रूल्स एंड नॉर्म्स. ठीक है, तो वो क्या है? सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट कैन एस्टेब्लिश एनवायरमेंटल लैबोरेटरीज ऑल्सो. दिस वन इज करेक्ट. द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट कैन डायरेक्ट क्लोजर एंड प्रोहिबिशन एंड रेगुलेशन ऑफ एनी इंडस्ट्री, ऑपरेशन और प्रोसेस. नाउ दिस इज नॉट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट. Central government is given power. ठीक है, state government is not having power under this law, environment protection. ठीक है, तो how many statements are incorrect? A is the correct answer. ठीक है, तो I told you just now they are going in detail of legal provisions, environmental law. ठीक है, तो डिटेल में जाके आपको तैयारी करनी है थोड़ा सा. What about this one? You may have got this correct. Mustard. देखो फ्रेमिंग देखो, जब 2-3 साल पहले क्वेश्चन आया था ऑयल पाम ट्री इट इज नेटिव टू, ऐसा पहला स्टेटमेंट था. हाँ, सो यस, सिमिलर फ्रेमिंग वी आर आस्किंग. पास्ट में भी 2 बार ऐसा क्वेश्चन आया हुआ है, नेटिव टू, दिस क्रॉप और दिस प्लांट इज नेटिव टू. तो आप जब भी तैयारी करते हैं तो आपको भी पता होना चाहिए कौन सा क्रॉप, कौन सा प्लांट नेटिव कहाँ से है. ठीक है, सो मस्टर्ड प्लांट इज नॉट नेटिव टू इंडिया. ओके, देयर आर सेवरल varieties of mustard, some of them brought from Europe, some of them from South America. बट इंडिया से कोई वैरायटी नहीं है। जो मस्टर्ड खाते हैं या फिर जो येलो कलर का होता है ना, यूरोप से इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया है, ठीक है, यूरोप से इंट्रोड्यूस किया है। फाइन, सो इट इज नॉट नेटिव टू इंडिया। GM mustard is the first transgenic crop in India to get environmental clearance from this body. So this is true. DMH11 धारा mustard variety जो है DMH11 GM mustard. So this is correct. Now GM mustard is developed jointly by researchers from Punjab University and Indian. किन्होंने डेवलप किया है DMH11? Yes, one of the let's say research center in Delhi University, ठीक है, दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी का ही है ना वो रिसर्च सेंटर, ठीक है, लेट मी टेल यू एग्जैक्टली क्या नाम है उसका, बट वो दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी का ही है। दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी सेंटर फॉर जेनेटिक मैनिपुलेशन ऑफ क्रॉप प्लांट्स, तो उन्होंने वो डेवलप किया है। सो दिस इज इनकरेक्ट, ओनली वन स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट हियर and that's why answer would be A, ठीक है। So these are the environment related questions. Any question related to any query you have? तो environment का थोड़ा सा आपको डर लग रहा होगा, बाकी मेरे ख्याल से manageable है, right? And I told you which questions are to be attempted and what logic we can use, what let's say tricks we can use. यही एक बहुत सारी चीज़ आपको डिस्कशन से इनपुट लेना है, क्योंकि एक्सप्लेनेशन में हमने तो कई सारी चीज़ें एडिशनल बताई हुई है आपको, आप पढ़ेंगे वो घर जाके, ठीक है। फाइन, ओके, सो लेटर द डिस्कशन ऑफ करंट अफेयर्स एंड साइंस एंड टेक विल बी टेकन बाय जाहिदुल सर। ओके,
Hello, hi, good evening. Okay, so like today you have written the first Panchsutra test, and as we know, Panchsutra tests are the tests that are dedicated for the UPSC Prelims exam of 2024. And UPSC has already declared results of the last year, and we know, like after going through the results, we know that the cutoff for the GS paper has been the lowest. I mean, like it was 75 for general, around 75 for general, and for other categories it was still lower. Okay, so here we need to understand that the standard of the questions that UPSC is asking has improved. This is one part. Apart from this, many people are getting eliminated because of the CSET paper. I mean, like many people are not able to perform in the CSET paper. So when we talk about the results from Lukmaan IAS, so we have had 21 people under top 100, and so more than 150 people have been selected from Lukmaan IAS this year itself from various programs. It includes, let's say, foundation batch, the public admin foundation batch, ethics foundation batch, and also let's say like students from various test series and all. So like Lukmaan IAS has produced good results this year. So when we talk about this paper, Panchsutra test, so as we all know, like in Panchsutra test we are going to have 5 tests, right? And this is the first test that you have appeared. So in every test you are going to come across different set of questions from each subject, and these set of questions are going to help you understand some important concepts, important topics that has been in news this year or that are of importance for the UPSC prelims exam. So today I am going to discuss the current affairs section and also the science and technology section. So in the current affairs section I am going to take about 15 questions from question number 41 to 50 and from 81 to 85. Okay, so we are going to discuss these questions one by one. So this is the first question, although let us say like the questions and their answer keys and explanation have been uploaded in the description of this YouTube video. So anyone who is interested in learning in deep, let us say like the explanation of each question, you can download the PDF from the description and then you can learn from it. Okay. So this question is based on this topic, which is 90, 70, 90 targets. Okay, 90, 70, 90 targets are sometimes mentioned in the news in the context of. Okay, so these are a roadmap for elimination of cervical cancer by 2030. Okay, so this particular topic, which is 90, 70, 90 targets, these targets are set by the World Health Organization. Which organization? World Health Organization. And World Health Organization wants to eliminate or reduce the cervical cancer. So cervical cancer generally affects girls, it affects women's. So what do we mean by this 90? What is the meaning of 70? What is the meaning of the 90? So this 90, 70, 90 means the 90% of the girls who are below the age of 15 years, they will be vaccinated. So first 90 talks about that 90% of the girls, okay, 90% of the girls. So I'll be using a slide also to explain some of the important concepts to you. Okay, so when we talk about the first 90 means the vaccination of those girls who are below the age of 15 years, right? 90% of the girls will be vaccinated. And if we talk about what is the 70% or this 70 means like by the age of 35 and 45 years, right, women will be screened. Screened means diagnosis will happen, right? Women will be screened or diagnosed to understand whether they are affected by cervical cancer or not. To understand, let's say, what is the level of cervical cancer, means like it is pre-cervical stage or let's say like the like mature cervical cancer stage. So women will be screened or diagnosed by the age of 35 years and 45 years. So those women, let's say, who attain the age of 35 years, they will be diagnosed, or those women who attain the age of 45 years, they will be diagnosed again. So 70% of those women will be diagnosed worldwide. And what is the last 90%? What is the meaning of this last 90%? It says 90% of the women identified with cervical disease receive treatment, means like those people who are confirmed that they are affected by cervical cancer. So they will be, let's say like there will be treatment plans. What? There will be treatment of 90% of women who are diagnosed with cervical cancer. Okay, and how it happens? It happens because of a virus, and this virus is known as HPV. HPV means human papilloma virus. Human papilloma virus is a sexually transmitted virus. Okay, so like it is transmitted sexually and then it affects the women, right? So this is the thing. So this 90, 70, 90 target is associated with World Health Organization's target to, let's say, eliminate or reduce cervical cancers across the world. Okay, so we have discussed about the meaning of this thing. So it is associated with human papilloma virus and it's also associated with cervical cancer. Okay, so with this, now let us talk about the second question. It says, recently seen in the news, the term digital arrest refers to. What do we mean by digital arrest? To understand this, I am going to give you an example. Digital arrest means someone, let's say all of a sudden you receive a call, right, from someone, and that person says that using your identity cards, using your Aadhaar card, using your PAN card, or using your voter ID or driving license or your passport, some kind of activity has been done and this was a criminal offense. Means you got a call that your identity card has been used for doing a criminal offense. Means what will happen, you are going to get, let's say like going to get affected, that how come my ID card was used. Now that person threatens you that like, we are going to interrogate you through a video call. Come on the video call, we are going to interrogate you through video call. And if you don't attend the video call, in that case, we are going to send the police officers, we are going to send this person and that person, and they are going to arrest you. So what's going to happen? A person who is less educated, a person who does not know how to handle such situations, they come under these, let's say like, these fraudsters plan. Okay. So this is known as digital arrest. It means like they make a fraudulent call to tell that your identity cards have been used for doing so and so criminal offense, and then they try to dupe money out of you. This is known as digital arrest. Are we understanding? So it is a type of cyber crime. It is a type of cyber crime where fraudsters impersonate law enforcement officials. So they say that like we are talking from this department, maybe let's say enforcement directorate, maybe from CBI, maybe from this police agency and that police agency, like that. So they impersonate, they behave that they as if that they are from law enforcement officials, and they deceive their targets into believing that their identity documents have been used for criminal activities. This is known as digital arrest. Is it understood? So this is a term that has been in news. So it is, let's say, very easy question. Next question, it says the Global Cooling Watch Report is a publication of which of the following organizations? Here we are talking about a report that was in news. Global Cooling Watch Report. Okay, Global Cooling Watch Report. So this report is published by United Nations Environment Program, and under United Nations Environment Program they have started a coalition, and that coalition is known as Cooling Coalition. What? It is known as Cooling Coalition. I mean like a kind of group, and this group is looking into this aspect of cooling. What do we mean by cooling? Generally what happens, like most of the countries are located in the tropical regions. Like if we talk about India. So India, during the summer seasons, everybody uses cooler, either cooler, ACs and all. So when we use ACs, when we use refrigerators, what they do, they release carbon dioxide. Not only this, they release chlorofluorocarbons, and these are potential global warming gases, or they are known as greenhouse gases. So they are responsible for warming up the planet. So when we talk about Global Cooling Watch Report, so this report looks into the aspect that like when we are cooling our environment, when we are cooling our home, when we are cooling our food, what is the amount of greenhouse gases that we are releasing. So this report accounts for that thing. This report keeps a tap on it, and this report suggests the ways how we can reduce the greenhouse gas emission, how we can reduce the, let's say like like global warming, right, through this report. So this report is published by Cooling Coalition, which works under the United Nations Environment Program. Okay, here they have asked about this the Global Cooling Watch Report, and this report has a theme this year, and this is known as this theme is known as keeping it chill, how to meet cooling demands while cutting emissions. Means like cooling demand is there, but we need to cut the emission of greenhouse gases. We need to cut the emission of those gases that let's say like that impact or that affects the global warming, that are responsible for global warming. This is another question. This question says, which of the following statements correctly describes the term ecological footprint? Okay, what is the meaning of ecological footprint? So many of you have studied environment and ecology, and we have understood about the term of ecological footprint. What do we mean by ecological footprint? It means, let's say, if there are living beings like human beings, animals and all, and so these living beings need some kind of ecological resources for themselves. We need, let's say, food, we need water, we need, let's say, other kind of ecological resources for our survival. So overall amount, total amount of ecological resources that are needed by a living being like human being, right, or a group of human beings, that is known as ecological footprint. Okay, so this is an accounting tool. Using this tool, you will get to know that like if 10 people are living in this particular area, what is the ecological footprint that they have, what is the amount of resources that they need during their lifetime, right? If let's say today we have 10 people, tomorrow if we have 20 people, so how it is going to affect the ecological footprint? And ecological footprint is not a linear function. It depends on the lifestyle of people. For example, some people who are residing in United States of America and some people who are resided in, let's say, some island nation, maybe Okinawa in Japan, their ecological footprint will vary. A person who resides in island, so they are generally dependent on the natural resources. I mean, like they consume less and they are producing that much also. But those people who are residing in the city areas, their ecological footprint will be higher because like they are consuming more ecological resources, but they are not directly, let's say, like involved in production of those resources. So it is, let's say, it varies from population to population. It varies on the living standard of people as well. Okay. So when we talk about ecological footprint, okay, so it measures the demands made by individual entity or a group on global natural resources. Okay. So correct answer for this question is option C, ecological footprint. Is it understood? What is the total amount of resources needed by a living entity or a group of living beings? That is ecological footprint. Okay. It depends on the lifestyle of those people. Then next thing is with reference to the recently signed Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement, TEPA, consider the following statements. Here they have talked about a partnership agreement, which is Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement. So basically it is a type of free trade agreement. In case of free trade agreement between two nations or free trade agreement between a group and a nation, so generally what they do, they reduce the tariff, they reduce the barriers to trade. Okay. So this Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement was signed by India, and there is a group under the European Union. It's not European Union itself, it is known as the European Free Trade Association. Okay. So there is an association which is known as European Free Trade Association plus India. I mean, like, you know, India as a country, they have together signed this particular agreement, which is Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement. So the first, it says it has been signed between India and European Union. It is not correct. It is signed by this particular, let's say, grouping. Which grouping? The European Free Trade Association. When we talk about European Free Trade Association, it has only 4 member countries. And if we talk about European Union, it has around 28 countries. How many countries? 28 countries. European Union earlier had 29 countries, I think, including Britain, but Brexit has happened. Now it has 28 countries. But when we talk about European Free Trade Association, right, it has Switzerland, Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein. Okay, it has Switzerland, Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein, like that. You can check this spelling. I mean, like, this is the thing. So these 4 countries are member of European Free Trade Association. So European Free Trade Association does not represent the entire European Union. Is it clear? So that's why we are saying that the first statement is incorrect. It is not signed between India and European Union. It is signed between India and European Free Trade Association that has only 4 members, which is Switzerland, let's say Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein, like that. The deal includes a binding $100 billion investment commitment into India. So basically, like, you know, they have committed that they are going to invest $100 billion into India. Okay, so this is a good kind of agreement, and dairy and coal sectors have not been included in the agreement. Okay, so like it was a specific agreement where they are going to invest into each other's countries, each other's areas, right, to promote free trade, right, and it is a kind of economic partnership. So in this partnership, they have not included dairy and coal sectors. It is a factual information, but this information is correct. So second and third are correct, and they are asking how many of the above statements are correct. Only 2 of the above statements are correct, which is second and third. Okay. So with this, now let us move to the next topic, question number 46. This is artemisinin based combination therapy. Okay, artemisinin based combination therapy seen recently in the news is used for which one of the following diseases? AIDS, COVID-19, malaria, tuberculosis. Okay. This is, let's say, this particular therapy which is known as ACT therapy in short. It is used for malaria, for the treatment of malaria. And why it was recently in news? It was recently in news because like earlier this therapy was very much effective. Earlier this therapy was very much, let's say, efficient. But now the efficacy of this particular therapy has reduced in a population in Africa. Okay. So this artemisinin based therapy has been highly effective treatment for non-severe cases since the early 2000s. But now its effectiveness in that population has reduced. Okay. So it is used for treatment of malaria, and in Eastern Africa is encouraging a significant challenge as parasites have started developing resistance to artemisinin. So basically like we hear about that, like drug resistant, something like some kind of virus, they are drug resistant or extremely drug resistant. So like this particular therapy was earlier very much effective, but Eastern African population has started developing some kind of, let's say, like some kind of immunity or some kind of resistance to this particular drug for treatment of malaria. So it is associated with malaria, and that's why this topic was in news. Okay. Now let us discuss about another question. It says, yes, if you have any question you can ask me during the discussion itself. Okay. So it says, consider the following statements about tropical deep sea neutrino telescope. What? Tropical deep sea neutrino telescope. It is in short known as TRIDENT. We are talking about a specific telescope, and this telescope is related to neutrino. So we need to understand what are neutrino. So neutrinos are a specific type of exotic particles. These are particles. For example, when we talk about atoms, inside atom we talk about that we have protons, electrons, neutrons. But apart from this, let's say there are various other types of particles also. One of the type of elementary particle is known as neutrino, and we see neutrino in 3 different flavors. They are known as tau neutrino, electron neutrino, muon neutrino. And these neutrinos are those kind of particles that can penetrate through matter also. Means like neutrino, this neutrino can go through this particular matter, through the board, through the let's say like this thing, and detection of neutrino becomes very difficult. I mean like detection of neutrino is very difficult. However, neutrinos are available in abundance, but like their detection is very difficult. So what China has planned, China is going to develop a neutrino telescope so that they can detect the presence of neutrino, and they are developing this particular neutrino detector, which is going to be the largest neutrino detector ever built on the surface of earth, and they are developing in the deep sea. Deep sea means underwater. They are developing it underwater. Generally neutrino detectors are made underground or underwater, because neutrino, when they interact with other matters, so like their precise detection becomes difficult. So they are creating underwater, or which is known as tropical deep sea neutrino telescope for detection of neutrino. Where they are developing it? They are developing it in South China Sea. Where? In South China Sea. So this question says it is the world's largest and most advanced neutrino telescope under construction in the Indian Ocean. This statement is wrong because of the information Indian Ocean. They are building it in South China Sea. Where? In South China Sea. This is the thing. Second, it is being built by China. This statement is right. So which of the above statements are correct? B. Only second statement is correct. Okay, it is related to neutrino. So with this, now let us move to the next question. Now it says, which of the following statement is correct about Dahiya doctrine? What? Dahiya doctrine. So when we talk about doctrine, doctrine means a kind of principle that is set by a country. If we talk about India, right, India does have a doctrine related to how India is going to use its nuclear weapons. That is known as no first use policy. That can be considered as, let's say, nuclear doctrine of India. So India says that, like we are not going to use nuclear weapons against a non-nuclear state. Means like in our neighboring, there are many countries that do not have nuclear weapons. For example, if we talk about Sri Lanka, if we talk about let us say Maldives, if we talk about Nepal, if we talk about Bhutan, they are non-nuclear states. So, no first use policy says we are not going to use nuclear weapons against a state that does not possess nuclear weapons. It also says that we are not going to use the nuclear weapon in the first instance. If in case we are attacked by a nuclear weapon, only then we are going to retaliate with nuclear weapon. And then it says like if we have a major, let us say, attack through a conventional weapon, in that case also we can use nuclear weapon. So, no first use policy talks about India's policy, how India is going to use nuclear weapons. Similarly, when we talk about this Dahiya doctrine, it is a doctrine of Israel. Which country? Of Israel. And this Dahiya doctrine of Israel, it talks about that we are going to use weapons in a disproportionate manner. In a disproportionate manner means like, you know, let us say like we are attacked by 10 weapons. We will retaliate not by 10 weapons, we will retaliate by very larger amount of it. Okay. That is known as, let us say, Dahiya doctrine. So, it is a military strategy of asymmetric warfare. So, what is happening presently in, let us say, in Israel and Hamas or Israel and Palestine? Palestinian people have attacked on Israel on 7th of October, and that attack they have conducted it through, let us say, like, you know, airways, through land, through sea. I mean, like, you know, it was all of a sudden attack where they have killed around 1300 to 1400 Israeli people. Mostly civilians were killed. But after then what Israel is doing? Israel is retaliating, right, to Hamas, and they have now destructed the entire, let us say, like, you know, entire infrastructure in that region where Gaza Strip, and they have killed more than 25,000 people, right, more than 25,000 people have been killed in Gaza Strip, and majority of them are women and children. So, this is not proportionate war that they are doing. In international law, in international relations, there is a, let us say, law of proportionality. They say like if you are attacked by something, you can retaliate, or let us say you can defend yourself by proportional thing, but like, you know, they are involved in disproportionate thing. And this is Dahiya doctrine. Basically, Dahiya comes from a term like where Israel was earlier involved. I think in Beirut, like, you know, it was earlier involved. So, there, let us say, an initial attack has happened on Israel, and in retaliation Israel has destroyed the entire region. That is known as Dahiya doctrine. Okay. So, this is a military strategy of asymmetric warfare. Is it clear? So, with this, now let us move to another topic. It says Bletchley declaration recently seen in the news. So, basically there was an artificial intelligence summit. This artificial intelligence summit was conducted by Great Britain or England. Okay. So, UK has conducted this Bletchley declaration. It was artificial intelligence safety summit. So, in that summit they have discussed about what are the potential threats because of artificial intelligence, and they have discussed like how we can tackle those threats. Okay. So, they have released a declaration, and there is a park, let us say, in United Kingdom. There, let us say, different countries were invited, even CEOs of top notch companies were invited, let us say Mark Zuckerberg and like, you know, these kind of people, like founder of the Amazon, founder of Tesla. So, these people were invited to discuss about how we can tackle the threat, emerging threat from artificial intelligence. This was artificial intelligence safety summit, and this is known as Bletchley declaration. So, it is C. Okay, correct answer is an international collaboration to collectively manage potential risk from artificial intelligence. Okay. So, they have used a key term also, that is known as frontier AI. What? They have also used a term which is known as frontier artificial intelligence. So, frontier artificial intelligence is a foundational generative artificial intelligence, and generative artificial intelligence has the potential of doing something good. At the same time, it has potential of, let us say, like, you know, disrupting the human creativity. So, now in this particular declaration they have discussed how the threats that are emerging from frontier artificial intelligence can be reduced, okay, how it can be minimized. Okay. So, this can be considered as a safety summit against, let's say, threats emerging from artificial intelligence. So with this we came to another term, another topic. It says the term Hakku Patra seen in the news is related to which of the following? Patra, we understand, it's a kind of, we can say it to be a document, a letter, kind of this. Hakku means claim, claim means right. When you are claiming something, that like, this region belongs to me, you need to have some document, title deed, ownership document, that is known as Hakku Patra. So basically Hakku Patra is a kind of, let's say, Kannada word. The Karnataka government has recently decided to come up with Hakku Patra. It's a kind of ownership document for the land holding. If someone has land, someone has, let's say, zameen, so in that case how he can claim that this belongs to me. So for this Karnataka government has come up with this thing Hakku Patra. It is a type of title deed to prove land ownership, okay, title deed, ownership document ko prove karne ke liye Hakku Patra, okay, this is the thing. So with this, now let us talk about another question. It says, which one of the following lakes faces threat from extremely high levels of nitrates in it as a result of uncontrolled urbanization taking place in its shores without any sewage system? So here they have, let's say, this particular lake was recently in news, okay, although many lakes in the world are facing threats, right, many lakes are facing threats, but this lake was recently in news. This is known as Lake Retwa in Senegal, okay. So Lake Retwa in Senegal is facing extreme levels of nitrate as a result of uncontrolled urbanization taking place, okay. So because of extreme levels of nitrates present in this particular lake, Lake Retwa, what has happened? The lake has turned pinkish, right, this lake has turned pinkish, and because of this huge number of whales or other kind of, let's say, like, fish, right, so they were found floating dead on the lake, okay, this is the thing. So Lake Retwa, Senegal, this was in news, okay. Correct answer is option D in this case. Now let us move to another question. Consider the following pairs. On one side they have mentioned land corridors that are in news, right, and then connected countries, land corridors, I mean like places, let's say there is country 1, there is country 2, and these countries are connected through a land route. This is known as land corridor. So on one side they have mentioned the name of the land corridor, on the other side they have mentioned the countries that it connects, okay. So here Darien Gap, okay, Darien Gap, it says Darien Gap, Colombia and Panama, okay. So Darien Gap was also recently in news, and this is correctly matched, okay. Let us discuss about these things, why these places were in news. So Colombia, this Darien Gap is, recently what has happened in Down to Earth magazine, they have mentioned about this Darien Gap, okay, they have mentioned that like Darien Gap has been in news because much of the discussion over illegal immigration to the US has in recent weeks moved its focus to the Darien Gap, means like people were illegally migrating, right, illegally coming to United States using this Darien Gap, okay. So they were migrating to United States, so that's why it was in news. So like it connects Colombia and Panama, okay, Panama. So we know Isthmus of Panama, we have heard about Panama Canal and all. So this is the thing. And second one is like Suwalki Gap. So Suwalki Gap basically like does not connect Russia and Ukraine, but it connects, let's say, Poland and a portion of Russia, okay. It connects Poland and then let's say exclave of Russia. Do we understand what do we mean by exclave? Let's consider we have a country like this. This is Russia, and these are other countries. Let's say like the country 1, country 2, any country, and country 3. So over here in this particular portion, maybe in country 3, which is not geographically located inside Russia, but this is a territory that belongs to Russia. Let's say this is a territory that belongs to Russia. This territory is inside another country. This is known as exclave. What it is known as? It is known as exclave. Like we have heard about enclave that is known as exclave, means like it is a region that belongs to some other country, but this region is geographically located inside some another country. Okay. So, when we talk about Suwalki Gap, it connects Poland with a region which is known as Kaliningrad. This is known as Kaliningrad. Okay, Kaliningrad, and Kaliningrad is an exclave of Russia. Means like on one side we have, let's say, Poland, and then Kaliningrad. Kaliningrad is not located inside Russia, but this region is part of Russia. It is like that. Okay, so this, let's say, this land corridor was also in news. Okay. Recently you might have heard about Azerbaijan and Armenia. Between them, dispute was there related to a territory. What is the name of that territory? Nagorno-Karabakh. So, Nagorno-Karabakh region was there. So, inside Azerbaijan, that Nagorno-Karabakh region was located inside Azerbaijan. So, that can be considered as an exclave of Armenia. But recently what has happened? Azerbaijan has taken complete control of this region. Okay, so that was also a disputed region. It was in news this year. Okay, then next one is, this is Zangezur corridor. Okay, Zangezur corridor, but this corridor is, let's say, like, you know, this Zangezur corridor is not located over here, right? It's not located between Israel and Egypt. This Zangezur corridor is located to the south of Armenia. Okay. It is located to south of Armenia. Armenia, we know, we recently discussed about Armenia and Azerbaijan. So, Armenia के south में located है Zangezur corridor, and it is very near to Azerbaijan, like that. So, second and third are wrong. It says how many of the above pairs are correctly matched? Only one. A is correctly matched. Okay, the first one. Others are not correctly matched. So, map related topics are very important for the prelims exam. Okay, so some topics we have discussed, but there are many other topics also that have been in news last year because of geopolitical tensions between different countries. So, that is why various regions were in news. Now, let us discuss about another question. It says, consider the following countries: Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, Niger, Nigeria. How many of the above African countries share area of Lake Chad? Okay. So, here again it is a mapping related topic, a topic, let us say, a place that has been in news, and here they are talking about that there is a lake. Lake, we understand what is lake. Lake is a water body that is surrounded by land mass from all sides, that is lake, okay, in general. So, like it is saying that this Lake Chad, let's consider this is Lake Chad. So, this lake is surrounded by which, let's say, which countries? Here they have given these options. So, basically when we talk about this particular question, Lake Chad, this Lake Chad has been recently in news, okay, because let's say the Down to Earth, in Down to Earth magazine, they have, let's say, covered a story related to Lake Chad. Basically, like, you know, in Down to Earth magazine, they cover some geography related aspects, geography and mapping. It's not that you have to read the entire magazine, right? Sometimes those people who have geography as an optional, they read it regularly, okay, because, like, you know, they have to understand about various things. But like from prelims perspective, from GS perspective, if some of these places are in news, so we just need to learn about that, not the entire magazine itself. Okay. This is the thing, every magazine has a different utility. If you talk about Kurukshetra magazine, Yojana magazine, they have a different utility. Okay. Similarly, Down to Earth magazine has a different utility. So, like that. Okay. So, if you have geography optional, anyone having geography optional, they are recommended to use Down to Earth magazine. Okay. So, this is the thing. So, it says like how many of these countries surround. So, it is Chad, Cameroon, Niger and Nigeria. Cameroon, Chad, Niger and Nigeria, they surround this particular Lake Chad. Why this lake was in news, right? So, because they have discussed about the theme United Nations World Water Development Report released. So, Water for Peace. Basically in this they have released a report. What is the report? United Nations World Water Development Report. In this report they have discussed, let's say, like, you know, how the water resources are shrinking over the years. So what has happened in case of Lake Chad? Earlier this Lake Chad was very big, but now 90% of this lake has shrunk. Shrunk means out of 100% only 10% of it is now available. Why it has happened? It has happened because human induced issues, ecological problems, global warming, lot of factors are associated with this. So that's why Lake Chad was in news. Okay, it has shrunk. Okay, so the water resource has got depleted. So how many of the above are correctly matched? Only 4. So for this, what you need to do, you need to see the map of Lake Chad, let's say maybe online. Okay, as of now in this particular PPT they have not included. Now let us discuss about another question. It says, consider the following statements regarding Norman Borlaug Field Award 2023. We have all heard about Green Revolution, right? We have heard about Green Revolution, and who is considered to be the father of Green Revolution in India? MS Swaminathan. He is also very important because last year he passed away, right? And yes, so MS Swaminathan is considered to be the father of Green Revolution. Green Revolution was for increasing the productivity of some food crops. Okay, for that he talked about like high yield variety seeds. He talked about usage of fertilizers in the field, let's say proper irrigation facilities in the field and all. So basically when we talk about Green Revolution internationally, the architect of Green Revolution internationally, it is Norman Borlaug. So so there is an award which is given, it is known as Norman Borlaug Field Award. Okay, so Norman Borlaug Field Award. So this award is instituted by World Food Prize Foundation. This statement is right. The award is named in the honor of Nobel laureate and Green Revolution's chief architect Dr. Norman E. Borlaug. Okay, internationally he is recognized as the chief architect of Green Revolution, but in India we consider father of Green Revolution to be MS Swaminathan. And in fact, MS Swaminathan has interacted with Norman Borlaug. There can be, let's say, photograph you might have seen in the, let's say, internet also, when, let's say, his report of demise came. So that's the thing. Dr. Swati Nayak has been named 2023 recipient for the Norman Borlaug Award for her work in the field of food and nutrition. This is also right. She is not the first Indian to receive the award, right? She is the third Indian, right? She is the third, let's say, Indian to receive the Norman Borlaug Award, and she is the first person from Odisha. She is a scientist, let's say, like, you know, this lady Dr. Swati Nayak is a scientist in India. She works related to, let's say, how we can make the production of food grains efficient, like she was a food related scientist. Okay, so the first 3 statements are correct. It is Norman Borlaug Field Award. So with this, are you understanding? So how many of the above are correct? Only 3. Correct answer is option C. And if you want to learn little more, so in that case download the PDF from the description and learn from there. Then we have another question. It says, with reference to sports washing, which of the which was in news recently, consider the following statements. They have given statements related to sports washing. So before we discuss these statements, let us understand the term sports washing. What do we mean by sports washing? Basically, let's consider there is a country that has dictatorship, or maybe let's say a king is running that country. I am just giving an example. If I talk about North Korea, what is the image of North Korea that we have as Indians? We get that kind of image from the newspaper articles that we read, from the, let's say, like videos that we watch. So we generally consider that North Korea is a country which is ruled by a dictator, right? So their democratic dissent is not allowed. Okay, so North Korea is a country, but if North Korea conducts sports activities, let's consider it is holding international, let's say, football game, international cricket, or let's say it conducts FIFA World Cup, etc. Means like it conducts all those kind of games. So what it is going to achieve by let's say like allowing those games to be conducted? basically it's going to make its image as a very friendly country internationally. Okay. So, sports washing means redirecting the attention of people from some bad aspect of your country towards a good aspect. It is a part of soft diplomacy. What? It is a part of soft diplomacy, of soft power. Okay. So, when we talk about Saudi Arabia is a country which is ruled by a ruler. Okay. But Saudi Arabia also conducts lot of sports events. They invest huge amount of money in conducting a sports event. So, recently the king of Saudi Arabia, which is like his name is Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia. So, he has been accused of sports washing, means people say that he is conducting these sports activities so that like he can clean the image of the country. Okay. This is the thing. So, that is the thing. So, if we talk about this sports washing, it says sports washing is the use of sports to concentrate public attention towards the best practices being implemented in the country which is hosting the sporting event. It is not the thing. It is basically to redirect the public attention, right, towards sports from some other activities. Okay. So, it is not the correct definition. It means redirecting the attention of the people to sports rather than, let us say, allowing them to concentrate their focus on some bad activities that might have been happening. Okay. Second, internationally sports washing has been described as a part of countries' soft power to garner a positive image. This statement is correct. Some countries use sports washing as an economic tool since it helps in creating a positive image which attracts investment in that country. This is also right. Okay. So, how many of the above statements are correct? Only 2. B is the right answer, sports washing. Okay. So, what is sports washing? Sports washing is the use of sport to redirect public attention away from unethical conduct. The intended effect is to improve the reputation of the offending country by using immense popularity of the sport to wash away poor publicity, like that. Okay. So, this is the thing. Correct answer is option B. So, now we have discussed all the current affair related questions. Now, we are, let us say, here with science and technology related topics. So, there will be 10 questions. I will be quick in covering those 10 questions. Okay. So, it says, which of the following statements best describe the specific absorption rate value? Okay. So, what do we mean by specific absorption rate? Basically, if you have an electronic gadget, let us consider you have a mobile device. These mobile device, let us say, emit radiations, and these radiations penetrate through your body, it penetrates through your mind as well. Okay. So, specific absorption rate talks about what kind of radiation does this electronic device emitting, is this electronic device emitting that, let us say, like, is absorbed by your body. So, in every mobile device that you have, you can identify, you can find out what is a specific absorption rate. You just need to, let us say, type some code for it. Okay, you need to type some code for it. If you type this code, you will get to know what is this specific absorption rate, right, of your device. And this code is star hash 07 hash. What? It is a star hash 07 hash. If you directly just type this thing in your mobile phone, you will get to know what is the specific absorption rate of this device. It means how much energy, how much, let us say, radiation it does it emit that can harm your body. So, that is why it is recommended that while sleeping you keep your mobile phones, your electronic devices, gadgets away from you. Okay, because like it creates sleep disorder in people. Okay. So, it measures the rate at which, no, it measures the amount of radiation absorbed by human body when exposed to radiation from electronic devices. Correct answer is option B. Okay. Correct answer is option B. So, generally this particular value should be less than a specific value. Okay. It should be less than 1.6 watt per kg. Okay. It should be less than 1.6 watt per kg. If it is more than that, in that case this device is harmful for you. Okay. So, this is internationally accepted thing, means like less than 1.6 watt per kg. Per kg. Okay. Specific absorption rate. Now, let us discuss about another question. It says, consider the following statements. They have given two statements, and in these questions what we need to do, we need to see the first statement, we need to verify whether the first statement is correct or not. Second, we need to see whether second statement is correct or not. Then we need to see whether second statement has any relation with the first statement, means whether first statement explains, second statement explains the first one or not. So generally, like, so first of all it says catalytic converter helps lower the emission of toxic gases in the atmosphere. This statement is right. What do we mean by catalytic converter? Basically we use motorcycles, we use cars. So from motorcycles and from cars, what happens? We emit gases, right? So the gases that are emitted from the engine, generally these gases are nitrogen oxides, let's say like other kind of harmful gases, means like they are polluting the environment, and they are also global warming gases, means like, you know, they are increasing the global warming, they are greenhouse gases. When we talk about catalytic converter is a kind of, let's say, converter which is located inside the silencer, I mean like in, you know, in the emission, tailpipe emission thing. So if nitrogen oxide is coming, it converts that nitrogen oxide into nitrogen and carbon dioxide, means like carbon dioxide, water vapor, like that. So generally it is receiving harmful gases, but it is converting those gases into those gases that are environment friendly. This is known as catalytic converter. Okay. So catalytic converter helps us to reduce the emission from the vehicles. Okay. So first statement is right. It says oxidation catalyst converts nitrogen oxide emission into nitrogen gas, which is largely non-toxic. Okay. Second statement is wrong. Why second statement is wrong? Because second statement here, let's say second statement, it says that it is the reduction catalyst. Okay. It is not the oxidation catalyst, it is reduction catalyst that converts nitrogen oxide emission into nitrogen gas, which is largely non-toxic. Okay. First statement is right, second statement is incorrect. It means statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. Correct answer is option C. Okay. This is the thing. So it is a specific kind of converter, means like it helps us to reduce the emission from the vehicles. Then this is another question. This question is related to physics. What it is related to physics? It says with reference to antimatter, consider the following statements. Okay. So number 1, they have opposite charge and spin as compared to matter. This is right. When antimatter collides with matter, dark matter is formed. This is wrong. Correct answer is 1. So let us discuss what is antimatter. Basically we know what is electron. Electron is a matter, it's a particle, let's say like, you know, it's a subatomic particle, electron. What is antimatter of electron? It is known as positron. And antimatter of electron is positron. Okay. Positron has same mass as electron, but opposite charge as that of electron. Okay. This is the thing. Similarly, let's say for all the different types of matters, antimatter can be created. Antimatter can be created, let's say, in laboratories. Okay. So what happens? They have opposite charge and spin as compared to matter. This statement is right. But when antimatter and matter collide, so they nullify each other. When antimatter and matter collide, they nullify each other. So matter gets, let's say like, you know, they gets evaporated. I mean like matter disappears, but it releases huge amount of energy. What it releases? Huge amount of energy. You might have heard about this equation, E equals to mc square. So matter is converted into energy according to Einstein's theory of relativity. So Einstein's theory of relativity, he said that energy can be converted into mass and mass can be converted into energy. So when matter and antimatter collide, so they disappear, matter and antimatter, they destroy each other, but the thing is they release huge amount of energy. When we talk about dark matter is a different concept altogether. So in the universe, the matter that is visible to us, it is visible because they interact with electromagnetic radiation. Okay. Through electromagnetic radiation, we are able to infer that this matter exists. But the thing is like dark matter is also present in the universe, okay, which is not visible to the naked eye, which is not, we are not able to identify them using instruments. But their effect of gravity is, let's say like, you know, can be experienced by the scientist. So that's why they say that universe, I mean like, you know, major part of the universe is because of, let's say, we have major part of the universe is formed of dark matter. Okay. and the visible part of the universe is around 15%. Okay, so around 85% is dark matter. So like option A is correct. Is it understood? Antimatter matter and dark matter is different. So the matter that is visible to us, that is known as visible part of the universe. Now we have, this question is from nanotechnology. Okay, so it says while carbon nanotubes are made from graphene, carbon fibers are produced through carbon vapor deposition technique. Okay, basically carbon nanotubes are produced through carbon vapor deposition technique. Okay, carbon nanotubes are produced through this technique, not graphene. Okay, so it says carbon nanotubes are made from graphene, carbon fibers are produced through. So this is the thing. Okay, graphene, we understand what is graphene. So generally what happens, the hexagonal lattice of carbon atoms, right, when we do have repeated units of hexagonal lattice, they form graphite, and when graphite is converted into single sheets, they are known as graphene. Graphene can be molded into a structure, let's say like tube like a structure, that is known as carbon nanotube. To make carbon nanotubes, we use carbon vapor deposition technique, okay, for forming carbon nanotubes. So that's why this statement is wrong. It says carbon fibers are 1000 times larger than carbon nanotubes. This statement is right. Basically carbon fibers are of the range of, let's say, 10 raised to power minus 6 meters. I mean like some value, let's say x into or a into 10 raised to power minus 6 meters, means like they are in micrometers range, okay, micrometer. When we talk about carbon nanotubes, they are in nanometer range. Nanometer means some value into 10 raised to power minus 9 meter. Okay, so that's why carbon fibers are considered to be 1000 times larger or bigger than carbon nanotubes. Carbon nanotubes are in nano scale, 1 to 100 nanometers in range, right, and in this case they are in micro scale. Okay, this is the thing. Both carbon fibers and carbon nanotubes can be included to create high strength composite materials. Okay, this is the thing. Carbon fibers, you can use carbon fibers also, you can use carbon nanotubes also to create high strength composite materials. Okay, so second and third are correct, it means only 2 are correct. Correct answer is option B. So with this, now let us move to another question. Okay, this question, it says with reference to ketogenic diet, consider the following statements. Okay, nowadays this term ketogenic diet is in news. Okay, basically when we eat something, we take some macronutrients and micronutrients. The macronutrients consist of let's say like proteins, fats and carbohydrates. What? Proteins, fats and carbs or carbohydrates. So generally our body receives energy, majority of the energy from the carbs or carbohydrates. But what happens when we stop, when we let's say start taking less amount of carbohydrates in the body? So how the body is going to generate energy? It is going to burn the fat from the body. What it is going to do? It is going to burn the fat from the body, and that fat will be used for energy consumption. That is known as ketogenic diet. When people follow ketogenic diet, they follow it to reduce their weight. It helps them in reducing the weight. Okay, so it is a very low carb, high fat diet which aids in weight loss. Okay, low carbohydrates and high fat. Okay, because fat is converted into energy from the body, and it aids or it helps in weight loss. It pushes the human body into ketosis, which starts consuming glycogen to fuel metabolic. This is wrong. Okay, the second statement is wrong because let's say like it does not push the human body into ketosis. Okay, so it says ketosis is a metabolic state in which our body uses fat for fuel instead of carbs. Okay, so it does not, let's say, consume glycogen to fuel the metabolic process. It consumes the fat. Okay, it does not consume the glycogen, means like it instead of it consumes fat. So that's the thing. Okay, so second statement is incorrect, first statement is correct. Here they are asking which of the above are correct statements. So with this, now let us move to another question, question number 6. Ketogenic diet, basically those people who want to reduce the fat. Okay, so you might have seen videos also of the athletes and all. Now another question with reference to monoclonal antibodies. Consider the following statements. Monoclonal antibodies. Antibody, we know what do we mean by antibody? Yes, anyone who can tell me what is antibody?
Develop when an infection is getting in our body, they give the response to attack that foreign elements in the
Yes. When we talk about antibodies, so they are part of the immune response of the body. They actually help in fighting the antigens. They help in fighting the, let's say, foreign matter. So antibody is, let's say, like part of the defense mechanism of our body. Okay. So we do have, let's say, white blood cells when we talk about. So they are, let's say, like they are the defense mechanism of our body. When we talk about monoclonal, we know what is clone. Clone means we have one original thing, and using the one original thing, we are creating multiple copies of it. They are known as clones. When we talk about monoclonal antibodies, they are, let's say, replica. They are copies of a parent cell. What? They are copy of a parent cell, single parent cell. Okay. So this is the thing. So monoclonal antibodies are produced in the human body. They can be produced in the laboratory, right? And they help in fighting the infection. They help in fighting the antigens, right? This is the thing. So it says they are produced by multiple types of immune cells in the body. They are produced by single type of cells, immune cell in the body, that is known as monoclonal. Single cell is cloned, right? Monoclonal. They are used primarily for treating bacterial infection. Okay. Monoclonal antibodies are not primarily used for bacterial infection. They are used for viral infection, right? They are generally used for viral infection and cancerous cells. Okay. Cancer and virus in सबको fight करने के लिए होता है, not for bacterial. They can be engineered to target specific proteins or cells in the body. This is right. ठीक है. कैंसर क्या होता है? कोई पर्टिकुलर सेल जब ओवर ग्रोथ करता है या फिर सेम टाइप सेल बहुत ज़्यादा रेप्लिका में प्रोड्यूस हो रहे हैं इन दी बॉडी, सो दैट इज कैंसरस. ओके. सो द थर्ड स्टेटमेंट इज राइट. इट सेज हाउ मेनी ऑफ द अबव स्टेटमेंट्स आर करेक्ट? ओनली वन. करेक्ट आंसर इज ऑप्शन ए. ओके. सो विद दिस नाउ लेट अस मूव टू अनदर क्वेश्चन. Consider the following statements about cloud computing. What do we mean by cloud computing? I'll give you an example. Let's consider in Lukmaan IAS, we do have a website, we have a students portal, we have blog, right? So like we have, like these are available, right, in the internet. Anyone who searches Lukmaan IAS, they will come across our website, blog and all. So basically this website, this blog, everything, so it has to be hosted somewhere. Hosted means like, there should be some physical infrastructure where it is hosted. So if we keep that physical infrastructure, the server in our office, that will not be considered as cloud computing. So it is means self-hosting. You are hosting it, let's say, on your own premise. Generally, if we talk about big companies, right, Microsoft, Facebook, etc. So they have their own hosting platform. They do have their hosting environment. But generally, cloud computing is associated with, let's say, like, we have the website, we have blog, everything. We do not have the physical infrastructure. So what we do generally, like, we'll be taking the cloud hosting, cloud servers of maybe Microsoft or Amazon. It is known as AWS. So there we are hosting our software, right? We are not keeping the physical, let's say, server here. So physical server may be located somewhere else. We do not know. It is not located with us. Okay. This is known as cloud hosting. So cloud computing ensures data security by storing all data on physical servers within the user's premises. This is wrong. Cloud computing means you do not have the all physical servers in your own place. It is located somewhere else. Okay, this is the thing. Cloud computing offers scalability, allowing users to easily adjust the resources according to their needs. Scalability means today. See, here we need to understand one thing. Domain is the address. Domain means is an address which is you want to give a name to your organization, let's say Lukmaan IAS. So how somebody will try to identify Lukmaan IAS? They will search Lukmaan IAS in the internet. Lukmaan IAS has purchased this domain, anything.com means like, lukmaanias.com. This is known as domain, okay, lukmaanias.com. It is the domain. Domain is the address. You can have the address, you may not have the address, okay. If you have the address, someone visits to your website through this particular thing. So domain name and cloud computing, they are little bit different, because in cloud computing they are providing the servers to you, and in that server there will be an IP address. For example, something 163.182. like this, like you come across this thing, that is known as IP address. So what we generally do when we purchase a domain name, we connect this domain name with this IP address, means if anyone searches this domain name, they will be redirected to this IP address. An IP address by default is available, right, whenever you create any software platform over this thing, I mean like over cloud computing and all. If you are creating a website, if you are hosting somewhere, so there will be an IP address, okay. So IP address by default is created when you are creating, let's say like when you are making something available on the internet. Domain name is connected thing, but it is different from that one, okay. Then cloud computing offers scalability. Scalability means in general on our website, let's say 500 people visits a day, 500 people. So they visit a different point of time. Maybe in the morning there are 50 people, in the afternoon 65 people, maybe late night 10 people, maybe 1 person, on an average 500 people per day. But the thing is like today we have conducted all India test, at the same time thousands of people visited the website, they were writing the test, means like there will be more requests generated, right, more requests at the same time. That is known as scalability. When you scale up your resource, when you scale up your server, earlier the server that was needed is less, but to conduct the test you have improved your server, let's say you upgraded your server, that is scalability. So what cloud computing does, cloud computing offers the that kind of infrastructure so that it is automatically scaled, okay, it is automatically scaled. This is the thing. Infrastructure as a service and software as a service are cloud computing models, okay. Infrastructure as a service and software as a service are cloud computing model. What is the difference between them? When we talk about storage, we have a mobile phone, we have a laptop. In the laptop, you have 1 terabyte storage, 512 GB storage. That is a physical infrastructure. But if you take a cloud computing thing, you can also take the storage from there. I mean like they are providing a storage facility to you, you can upload your data, you can keep your data safe over there. So they are providing infrastructure, I mean like so that you can store your thing. Storing is just one of the example. There are different type of infrastructure as a service, that is known as infrastructure as a service. Are we understanding? For storing data we need the memory, but when this memory is provided virtually to you, we use this Google Drive, we upload the data over there. If we keep the same data in the computer, it is going to use some storage. There also it uses some storage, that is virtually storing the data, okay. That is infrastructure as a service. When we talk about software as a service is a different thing altogether. So what over here what happens, let's consider you have created a software, maybe Lukmaan IAS, and this software is stored somewhere, okay, stored somewhere. This is, let's say, or you are using the software of a company, Zoom as a platform you are using. Zoom is a software, they are providing this software to you on a kind of monthly payment basis. It is software as a service. So this is also generally provided through cloud platforms. Huge number of people are using it at the same time. So it is auto scalable also, okay. Second and third statements are correct, first statement is incorrect. So correct answer is only 2. Is it understood? Okay. So with this, now let us move to another question. Okay. The term cryptojacking typically refers to which of the following? Cryptojacking. So we hear the term cryptocurrency. The first cryptocurrency in the world is Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin is the largest cryptocurrency platform, right? So cryptocurrency is a virtual currency. But cryptocurrency, every kind of cryptocurrency that we use, whether it is Bitcoin, it is Ethereum, so basically there is a kind of consensus mechanism, right, that authenticate the transaction that you are doing. So for those consensus mechanism, people are doing computation activities. They are known as miners, and for doing computation capacities, they need computers. Okay, large, big computers are needed. Generally, when we talk about Bitcoin, so it works on the principle proof of work. Okay, proof of work means anyone who is authenticating the transaction that you may have initiated, they have to do some kind of computing activities, and for that they need computers. So they need physical storage, they need memory of the thing. So they can have their own system, or they can hijack your system. They can hijack your system, and from your system they are doing the computing, and that is known as cryptojacking. Hijacking your computer for doing mining activity on cryptocurrency. Okay, hijacking a user's computer or device to mine cryptocurrency without their consent, that is known as cryptojacking, right. So it is either your computers can be hijacked, or the server that you have created. What server? Let us say cloud server, cloud computing. That server is hijacked by those people, and using that server they are doing mining activity. So that is cryptojacking. Okay, this is the thing. And cryptojacking has happened with our server, Lukmaan IAS server. Okay, but like we were able to protect it at a later point of time. Okay, this is the thing. So this is another question which says, which of the following best describes HDPE, high density polyethylene? High density polyethylene. So high density polyethylene is a substance which is used for making, let us say, pipes, plastic pipe, thick pipe, they are known as. It is a type of plastic known for, a thermoplastic polymer commonly used for containers and pipes. Container and pipe में जो polymer का use करते हैं, जो plastic का use करते हैं, उसका नाम है HDPE, high density polyethylene. Okay. Now we have another question. It says, with reference to positron emission tomography scan. Okay, positron emission tomography. Positron is antimatter of electron. We discussed earlier, right? It is antimatter of electron. So positron emission tomography. What is tomography? We have heard about CT scan, computed tomography. Why we use CT scan? To understand about internal structure or structure of human body, right? We have seen mummies. मम्मी को CT scan करने के बाद हमें पता लगता है कि it was like मम्मी के अंदर there was a human being. So when we do positron emission tomography, we do scanning of the body to understand about internal organs of the body, internal organs, tissues and all. उसके structure को identify करने के लिए ये PET scan किया जाता है. We do PET scan to understand कि tissues के structure क्या है, internal organs के structure क्या है for this. अगर हमारा bone fracture होता है तो क्या करते हैं? एक्सरेज करते हैं, बोन के लिए एक्सरे करते हैं, बट ऑर्गन को वो करना है तो पैट स्कैन होता है. ठीक है. सो इट सेज पैट स्कैन यूजेस लो एनर्जी गामा रेज टू क्रिएट इमेजेस ऑफ द बॉडीज इंटरनल स्ट्रक्चर्स. दिस स्टेटमेंट इज राइट. गामा रेज वी हैव डिस्कस्ड अबाउट इट इन द साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी क्लास. ठीक है. मतलब जो इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक रेडिएशन स्पेक्ट्रम है, एक साइड में जो है रेडियो वेव से, दूसरे साइड में गामा रेज है. रेडियो वेव में बहुत ज़्यादा वेवलेंथ होता है, बहुत कम फ्रीक्वेंसी होती है. गामा रेस में फ्रीक्वेंसी बहुत हाई होता है, वेवलेंथ बहुत कम होता है. इट्स लाइक दैट. सो पैट स्कैन इज टिपिकली यूज्ड टू डिटेक्ट स्ट्रक्चरल अबनॉर्मलिटीज इन बोन एंड जॉइंट. तो बोन एंड जॉइंट के लिए हम वी डू एक्सरे. क्या करते हैं? एक्सरे. नॉट दिस वन. सो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज राइट, सेकेंड इज रॉन्ग. ओके. सो इट इज सेइंग विच ऑफ द अबव स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट. करेक्ट इज ओनली वन. ठीक है. इज इट क्लियर? दिस इज नोन एज पैट स्कैनिंग. Okay, so with this science and technology and current affairs section is done. Now Chauhan sir will come, RS Chauhan sir will come, and he is going to take the discussion of the history and art and culture section. Thank you so much. Any questions on the discussion that we had? No? Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes.
Good evening to all of you. So now we will be discussing the history section. How was the question paper? Okay, and do you know about our results? Nobody discussed about it? We have been working hard, and honestly, you know Lukman, right? And not informing you is not okay on our part. So we have got around 21 candidates till now in top 100. Overall selections are nearing 160, and these are the students from different courses. Even those people who have been part of our interview guidance program had taken some courses with us. So no hype, no false claims, honesty and integrity. And Ansari sir is known for teaching ethics, so that is how we are. ठीक है ना? So it is up to the crowd whether they are able to separate grain from the chaff or not. है ना? So we are going to discuss 15 questions of history section. So the first question, my name is there, I am R.S. Chauhan, Faculty of History and Culture, and contribute in IGP and other areas also, right. So question number 21, it is about modern India, especially Gandhiji when he was in South Africa. So let us discuss these questions one by one. First is, there are three statements and you have to identify which one of them are correct, right. So with reference to the contributions of Gandhiji in South Africa, you have to consider these statements. Statement 1 is saying, he organized Indians in Durban and founded the Passive Resistance Association in 1894 to advocate for voting rights for Indians. Is it correct? If you look at the study of Gandhi's presence in South Africa, we study it under two phases. First phase is called what? Moderate phase, which is 1894 to 1906. The second phase, 1906 to 1914, is called Satyagraha phase. So it is in the second phase where he formed this Passive Resistance Association. In the first phase, to advocate for voting rights, what he formed? Natal Indian Congress, right? That was the body. So this becomes wrong. Statement 1 is wrong. Second is, he founded the Phoenix settlement in Durban in 1904 as a community living experiment. This is true, right? Phoenix and later Tolstoy farm. These are the, this idea percolates into formation of ashrams at Sabarmati and Maharashtra. What was the name of the ashram? Which place? Wardha. So that was the idea. So he founded this. Why? For community living. Here people will also be provided some means of livelihood, right? They will engage in some activity also. And many funds were given by different bodies like Indian National Congress, even Muslim League, and one of his German friends called Kallenbeck. Such people donated funds for this. Third, so this is true. Third, he launched his first Satyagraha campaign in Durban in 1906 against an ordinance that imposed restrictions on Asians. Is it correct? What is wrong in this? The location is Johannesburg, not Durban, right? So statement 1 and statement 3 are wrong, statement 2 is correct. So what will be the answer? How many of the statements given above are correct? Only 1. So A becomes the answer. Now the 22nd question after 21st. So here we are going to talk about Silambam martial art. Have you heard about this term, Silambam? Martial art, you know? Some examples of martial art or martial dances. Kalariyapattu, from it is the mother of all other martial arts known to us, like taekwondo, karate, kung fu, all those, right? So with reference to Silambam martial art, consider the following statements. There are 3 statements given. You have to see how many of these statements given above are correct. So first, it is a traditional martial art form associated with the Sikh gurus. Is it so? There is a martial art associated with Sikhism. What is its name? Gatka, right? So, this statement is wrong. Next is use of footwork is a very prominent characteristic of this art form. Footwork means you use your heel and other parts of the foot and stick to the ground and then do necessary movements. So, this is done, this is a defense form of martial art where bamboo, a special type of bamboo is used, and somehow that bamboo relates with this word silamba, right. So, I think Kurinji or something is the name of that bamboo. So, that bamboo is used for defense purposes. If you watch dubbed Malayalam films, or if you someone from speaking Malayali, you would have watched some films of Mohanlal. There you will see this kind of style used, right. And then it this is correct, footwork is used. Second, it incorporates animal motions such as snake, tiger and eagle forms. Thus, these motions are used as in the fighting itself for defense purposes, right. So, this is also correct. So, second and third is correct, first is wrong. So, what will be the answer? Only two statements are correct, answer would be B. Now, we go to the next question, that is 23rd question. The 23rd question is now a type which is now in trend. There are pairs given and you have to identify how many of the above pairs are correctly matched. So, on one side are given the reform movements, their names and then the place of their foundation. So, if you look at Prarthana Samaj, where it was founded? Bombay, Atmanang Pandurang, right. M.G. Ranade was tallest personality associated with it, and Kesav Chandra Sen played an important role in its foundation, right. He took the spirit of reforms from Bengal to western and southern India. So, Prarthana Samaj is wrongly matched with Lahore. Lahore became headquarter of Arya Samaj, but Arya Samaj was also founded at which place? Bombay, 1875, Swami Dayanand Saraswati, right. So, these are wrongly matched. The founding places are not correctly mentioned. Theosophical Society was founded in? No, it was founded in New York by Colonel Olcott and Madame Blavatsky, right. Later they came to Adyar near Madras. So, all three are wrong. How many of the pairs are correctly matched? None. D should be the answer. You should be very careful, right. When your approach is casual or you casually remember or relate things, then this happens, right. Now, question number 24. Now, this is a question from ancient India and it is about Gupta dynasty. It was, so there is a statement given or a paragraph is given, just read this and then understand the question. It was issued by Samudragupta and was composed by Harisen. Samudragupta was one of the most powerful Gupta rulers and his court poet was Harisen, and he was known for poetry writing in Sanskrit. He was a Sanskrit scholar also. So, it is written in a very simple and refined Sanskrit in Champu Kavya style. Champu means where there is a mixture of prose and poetry, poetic style of writing. It lists the achievements of Samudragupta. What lists the achievements of Samudragupta? You should be knowing now by reading the paragraph itself. There is only one source. Prayag Prashasti means eulogy, means you are praising the achievements of somebody and sometimes even exaggerating them. It mentions that Samudragupta defeated 9 kings in north and 12 kings in the south. So, it is talking about the conquests of Samudragupta. So, what is it? Which of the following inscriptions is mentioned in the above paragraph? मैंने प्रयाग प्रशस्ति तक बोल दिया, तब भी आप अगर आइडेंटिफाई नहीं कर पाएंगे तो कैसे चलेगा? प्रयाग किसका नाम है? हाँ, so Allahabad pillar inscription. This is basically an Ashokan pillar, right, on which this inscription is found in Sanskrit. Hathigumph inscription is associated with Kharavela in Udaigiri hills near Bhubaneswar. Junagadh rock inscriptions mentioned about the repairing of or construction of Sudarshan Lake, and it bears the inscription of Ashoka as well as Skandgupta, one of the Gupta rulers, but the most famous one is Rudradaman I. His first classical Sanskrit inscription is on this Junagadh rock. Then Mandsaur stone inscription talks about many things, but the most important thing is it talks about a merchant guild of silk weavers who donated funds for the construction of Sun Temple, right? Gupta period or later, right? Clear? So, the answer is B. Now, we go to the 25th question. This is from modern Indian history. Now, it is about Gandhi-Irwin Pact. Gandhi-Irwin Pact was concluded by Mahatma Gandhi and Lord Irwin. It is also called Delhi Pact because it was signed in Delhi. The then Viceroy of India on 5th March 1931, right? The Viceroy Lord Irwin rejected which of the following demands made by Mahatma Gandhi in the pact? When this is asked, it must come to your mind immediately that 6 to 7 demands of the Congress were accepted by the Viceroy. There were 1 or 2 demands which were rejected, and Congress agreed. Congress agreed that it will, for time being, suspend, not terminate, the civil disobedience movement and participate in the second round table conference. It had already boycotted the first round table conference as it was busy in civil disobedience movement. It was part of its program of triple boycott, boycott of legislatures, then schools and other things, right. So, anyways, so first is immediate release of all political prisoners who have not been found guilty of violence. This was accepted by Lord Irwin. He said only those people who are convicted of violence will not be spared, rest will be, we agree that we will release them from the prisons. Haji?
Sir, that Bhagat Singh was not released. Bhagat Singh was not
Demand was put forth, but no, that was Irwin rejected that demand because of
Bhagat Singh's demand that his sentence should be commuted from life, the death sentence to life sentence, which was not accepted by Irwin, right. But there is another story behind this which is controversial. I will not talk about it. He demanded somebody else's, he opposed somebody else's, what you can say, hanging to death or death sentence. So, there are many controversies about this thing, we will not get into that.
So that is why I was confused at first.
So, all political prisoners means you are participating in the civil disobedience movement, but you are not convicted of violence, then you will be released. For example, you are participating in the protest, you are breaking certain law as a part of civil disobedience, that is okay. But if you have killed some officer, you have attacked some English officer, then you will not be. That is the idea. Elimination of the salt tax, this was agreed upon, right. Public investigation, salt satyagraha se shuru kiya tha, and it was considered a very, what you can say, criminal or in a way a very partial kind of law, very insensitive law, which was like taxing poorest of the poor. Why? Salt was a taxed commodity and monopoly of the British manufacturing. Public investigation into police abuses during the civil disobedience movement. This was not accepted. Bhagat Singh plus this one. Why not accepted? Because if this is accepted, there will be a question mark on the British state and its authority itself. That is why, right. Next, right to make peaceful and non-violent picketing was allowed. But honestly speaking, even though Irwin agreed to all this, when Gandhi has gone to participating in the second round table conference as the only representative of the Congress, he made certain demands. There was no positive outcome. When he came back, he found Irwin is gone, Willingdon has come as the new viceroy, and he has not implemented or materialized any of the 7 demands which were accepted in principle in the Gandhi-Irwin Pact, and he felt very, what you can say, yes. So, next question is, again pairs are given, then names of cities are, ancient cities are mentioned, and then whether their location is correct or matched or not, you have to find out. So, Vangi was a place in Andhra Pradesh, it is correct. Tondai Mandalam, you should get some idea from the name itself. It was somewhere in Tamil Nadu or Andhra Pradesh, not in Karnataka. So, this is wrong. Anuradhapuram is still a place. Anuradhapur कहाँ है? नाम सुनते हैं कभी-कभी हम. श्रीलंका, not in Odisha, right? कभी मैप देखो थोड़ा सा पुराना तो आपको नजर आएगा, है ना. Gangaikonda Cholapuram was founded by Rajendra I after a major victory, and it became the capital, and it remained capital for next 250 years of the Cholas in a way. ठीक है. So तमिलनाडु में है. ठीक है. ठीक है. So how many pairs are correctly matched? 2. 2 and 3 are wrong. 1 and 4 are correct. चलो अब 27th क्वेश्चन पे चलते हैं. So ये if you have read any of the books on art and culture, and if you have read theatre and puppetry together, you will get it correct, otherwise there will be problem. So tell me, 27th, there are 3 terms mentioned, and you have to identify it whether it belongs to which of these categories. So the terms Pavakuttu, Gombayetta and Kundei refer to which of the following? Martial art, folk theatre, handicrafts, puppetry. You have read these 2 topics together. गोम्बेट्टा का मतलब ही होता है एक तरह से पपेट्स, कर्नाटका में पपेट डांस, अट्टम से अट्टा आया, थिएटर परफॉर्मेंस, थिएटिकल परफॉर्मेंस और डांस इज कॉल्ड अट्टम, आई थिंक, है ना. कुंडई इज स्ट्रिंग पपेट्री with lot of touch of Odissi in Orissa, and Pavakuttu is glow puppets used in Kerala, right. So this is all related to puppetry. आपने कोई भी सोर्स पढ़ी होगी तो पपेट्स के नाम 4-5 तरह के पपेट्री के बारे में बताया गया होगा. String puppets are there, rod puppets are there, shadow puppets are there, glow puppets are there, and then state wise they have mentioned different arts, है ना. रावण छाया कहाँ का है? हाँ, थोड़ा पढ़ो अभी बैठ के, है ना. तो ये थोड़ी चीज़ें इंटरेस्ट लेना पड़ेगा आपको, मेजर चीज़ें पता होनी चाहिए. ठीक है. सो एनीवेज, नाउ आपको हमने एक्सप्रेशंस दी हुई यहाँ, तो उन एक्सप्रेशंस को ढंग से पढ़िए और उनसे रिलेट करिए. दैट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, राइट. नाउ 28th क्वेश्चन, देयर आर 3 स्टेटमेंट्स गिवन. दिस इज अ क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम मिडाइवल इंडिया, मुगल पीरियड, एंड यू हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई हाउ मेनी ऑफ दीज स्टेटमेंट्स आर करेक्ट. सो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट, Aurangzeb had served as the governor of the Gujarat province during this 1645 to 1647. Is it true? First he served as the governor of Gujarat. Later he was transferred as viceroy of Deccan. He was the viceroy of Deccan when the news of Shah Jahan's illness came, and there was insecurity among his sons. They started fighting with each other for the throne. Right? So this is correct. Aurangzeb arrested and executed the Sikh Guru Gobind Singh, who had refused to embrace Islam. Is it correct? ये तो बहुत सिंपल सा है यार, हर बच्चे को पता है. ये गुरुद्वारा शीशगंज यहाँ पर ही है. Guru Tegh Bahadur, the 9th Sikh Guru, was tortured and beheaded, not Guru Gobind Singh, right? So ये factually correct हो गया. ये तो बहुत सिंपल सी चीज़ आपको पता होनी चाहिए थी. इसका मतलब आपने बेसिक किताब भी ढंग से नहीं पढ़ी, तब ऐसी गलती हो सकती है. अदरवाइज होने का चांस, ये गलती होने का चांस नहीं है. ठीक है. और ये सब एनसीईआरटी की बुक से ही मिल जाएगा आपको. थर्ड, बीबी का मकबरा, इसके बारे में आपको पता होना चाहिए. इट इज कॉल्ड पुअर मैन्स ताजमहल. इट इज लोकेटेड इन औरंगाबाद. इट लुक्स लाइक ताजमहल बट इट इज मेड फ्रॉम प्लास्टर ऑफ पेरिस और व्हाट यू कैन से लाइमस्टोन और मोर्टार एंड ब्रिक्स, है ना. सो बीबी का मकबरा वॉज बिल्ट बाय औरंगजेब इन द मेमोरी ऑफ हिज वाइफ दिलरस बानो बेगम. She was the chief queen. You might not be knowing this name. You know the other name, Rabia ud-Durrani. It was a title given to her after death. It was Dilras Banu Begum is her original name. So this is correct. So what we are saying, statement 1 and 3 are correct, 2 is wrong. So answer becomes only to B. Done. Now we go to the 29th question. It is about modern Indian history. So the question is, with reference to the round table conferences. So you know that there were 3 round table conferences organized between 1930 to 1932, right? And consider the following statements. So first statement is, it was for the first time that the Indians and the British were meeting as equals. Is it correct? In principle, for the first time, British government said that we will be meeting the Indian representatives as equals. राउंड टेबल का कॉन्सेप्ट ये कहता है इक्वालिटी. व्हाट इज द symbolism of round table? Everybody will be sitting at equal distance and they will have equal say in whatever debate or topic is being discussed, right? So It was for the first time. So, this is correct statement. Second, Congress participated only in the second roundtable conference. This is true, because in the first and second, third time, 3 roundtable conferences were organized. When the first was going on, Congress was organizing civil disobedience movement, so it boycotted it. Same was the case when civil disobedience movement was relaunched by Gandhiji when he came back after the second roundtable conference, and then third roundtable conference was going on, he boycotted that also, right? Whatever was discussed in these roundtable conferences became the basis of publishing a white paper, especially the third roundtable conference, and Simon Commission report was also discussed over here, and that led to drafting a bill which was passed as Government of India Act 1935, right? Now, third statement, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar represented the depressed classes and Tej Bahadur Sapru represented liberals in all the 3 roundtable conferences. This is correct or not? So, just give me a second. सी ये तो ठीक है, अम्बेडकर साहब तीनों बार आते हैं और सेकंड वाले में उन्होंने क्या डिमांड किया था, सेपरेट इलेक्टोरेट फॉर डिप्रेस्ड क्लासेस, एंड seeing this in a possibility of divide and rule to create a wedge in the Hindu community, they easily accepted this demand, the Britishers, and the Prime Minister who was presiding, British Prime Minister who was presiding over these roundtable conferences, Ramsay MacDonald, gave this award. This is called Communal Award or MacDonald Award, where separate electorates were given not only to other sections but also depressed classes, which was opposed by Gandhiji. That led to Gandhi-Ambedkar talks and finally Pune Pact, right? So, this happened in 1932. The liberals were earlier called moderates. In 1918, the moderates left finally the Congress and they formed a different body called All India Liberal Federation. And these liberals were also mediated between Gandhi and Irwin when the Gandhi-Irwin talks take place. They remained more or less softer or loyal toward the Britishers. That's why they acted as mediators. ठीक है ना? So, this is true, this is true, this is true. So, all the 3 statements, answer becomes C. The first roundtable conference was inaugurated by the then British monarch King George V and presided over by the then Prime Minister Ramsay MacDonald, all the 3. ठीक है? Purpose to discuss constitutional reforms, especially whatever was suggested in Simon Commission report. Now, we go to the 30th question. Here we are going to talk about modern Indian history again, 2 significant personalities, Subhash Chandra Bose and Rabindranath Tagore. So, you have to consider the statements given over here, 3 statements regarding Subhash Chandra Bose and Rabindranath Tagore. First statement is, Bose thought art should be accessible to all, matlab it should reach common people also. But Tagore was a man with a classical and what that could be very selective kind of, so or maybe higher level of thinking. So, to all, but Tagore had a different perspective that art need not be appealing to all, right? Why? Because it can be appealing to not everybody, because everybody who has an inclination towards art must have that higher aesthetic sense. So, common people might not have that, that is why this perspective. So, is it correct? Yes, this is correct. This was the difference of opinion between the 2 when it comes to arts. Second, influenced by Tagore's viewpoint against the Gandhi movement means any movement, or you can say civil disobedience or non-cooperation movement, Bose did not take part in the boycott of British educational institutions. Is it true? Bose listened to Tagore, but it is not necessarily that he agreed with Tagore on every point or followed whatever Tagore said. And Tagore had certain differences with Gandhi's or his tactics. So, you can say this is wrong, because he was not influenced by Tagore's viewpoint, and he never boycott, he did not, he did take part in boycott British education institutions. It is not like that he was keeping away from that. He boycotted British education institutions, right? So, this statement becomes wrong. First is correct. Third, Tagore called Bose as Deshnayak, leader of the country. Yes, he said this, and this became visible when Bose emerged as the president of the Congress not once but twice, and even formed forward bloc, right, and wrote a remarkable essay on him. This is also true. So, Tagore was a multifaceted personality a great writer, an artist who was interested in music, painting, all these kind of things, and you see all these activities even today thriving in Shantiniketan, the Vishwabhatri University or Vishwavidyalaya, right? And it has been assigned World Heritage Site status. So you should be remembering these things. Now this is World Heritage Site 43rd, 44th, what is 41, what is the number? You should be knowing. So that is very important. Which is the latest one? Hoysala temples, Halebedu and Belur and other places. हाँ, तो पता होना चाहिए आपको उनकी क्या यूनिकनेस है. आर्किटेक्चर की बात करें तो they are having star shaped base and the entire structure is carved, made from stones. ठीक है, पिक्चर्स देखनी चाहिए आपको. कहते हैं ना ऑडियो विजुअल, मोर देन वन फैकल्टी शुड बी इन्वॉल्व व्हेन यू आर ट्राइंग टू स्टडी और लर्न समथिंग. यू विल रिमेंबर इट बेटर बाय बिकॉज इट इज रजिस्टर्ड इन द लॉन्ग टर्म मेमोरी, राइट. सो चलिए आगे बढ़ें. 77th question. With reference to the history of India, the Khunkatti system of land. इसको ऐसे याद रखिए, खून का रिश्ता है ना, जमीन से. Khunkatti system of land ownership prevailed among which of the following tribes? किस ट्राइब में? Almost all these tribes revolted against the British. मुंडा ट्राइब. ये बेसिक रीजन था. मुंडा ट्राइब में क्या ट्रेडिशन था कि all the members of a clan will be given collective ownership of the land which they have cleared for cultivation. झूम cultivation होता है ना ट्राइब्स में. But this system was replaced with zamindari system after the arrival of the British and became a reason for economic and social problems among the Mundas. They revolted under Visha Munda. That was between 1899 and 1900, right? Munda rebellion को क्या कहते हैं? उलगुलन. उन्मूलन शब्द से मिलता जुलता है ना. किसका उन्मूलन? समस्या का. समस्या कौन थे? ब्रिटिश और जमींदार्स. उनको जड़ से उखाड़ के फेंकना है. ठीक है. हूल का मतलब क्या होता है? संथाल रेबेलियन को कहते हैं जब आप किसी को थ्रेटन करते हो. दैट इज ठीक है. तो इस तरह से याद रखने का तरीके हैं, याद रखो आप. नाउ दिस इज अगेन मॉडर्न इंडियन हिस्ट्री, द फैग एंड ऑफ इंडियाज इंडिपेंडेंस. 3 statements are given and you have to identify how many of them are correct. First is under Dickey Bird plan. Dickey Bird, was it the nickname of Mountbatten or Dickey Bird is some kind of small word and you will see the small parts it represents, है ना. So under Dickey Bird plan, provinces are to be declared independent successor states and then given the option of joining or not joining the Constituent Assembly. This is true. Mountbatten came up with this plan first, but this was strongly opposed by Muslim League, Congress, various leaders, right. So you can't do this, na. You allow every province to become a successor state. 11 provinces were there, and then it is their choice whether they want to join Constituent Assembly or not. This would have led to no possibility of any Pakistan or India, right. Fragmented kind of structures, the political system would have been there. Now second, लगभग वही चीज़ ये भी है लेकिन इसमें थोड़ा अलग है. प्लान बाल्कन. बाल्कन का मतलब क्या होता है? व्हाट इज बाल्कन? बाल्कन पेनिनसुला है वेयर साउथ ईस्ट यूरोप, ग्रीस, मैसेडोनिया, बल्गेरिया, सारी जो कंट्रीज एक लाइन से है ना, माउंटेन रेंजर्स के अराउंड. तो वहाँ क्या हुआ? व्हेन ऑटोमन टर्किश एम्पायर वाज डिसइंटीग्रेटिंग, दिस कंट्रीज विद डिफरेंट ethnic or religious identities declared their independence. So it is called balkanization, emergence of smaller states. So that means disintegration, not good. So plan Balkan is similar to that. Envisage the transfer of power to separate provinces. अलग provinces को power transfer करेंगे with Punjab and Bengal given the option. इनको क्या option दिया जाएगा? To vote for partition of their provinces, whether they want it or not. Entire population will participate. लेकिन जिन्ना का क्या कहना था? नॉट एंटायर पॉपुलेशन, ओनली मुस्लिम शुड बी गिवन दैट चॉइस. बहुत सारे ब्लंडर्स हुए हिस्ट्री में जिन पे डिबेट की जाए तो समझ में आता है कि कौन किसके हाथ में खेल रहा था, है ना. सो एनीवेज, तो प्लान बाल्कन ठीक है. जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने इसको बहुत स्ट्रांगली अपोज किया था. उन्होंने कहा बल्कनाइजेशन मतलब वी विल नॉट हैव एनी रियल इंडियन यूनियन, not acceptable. तो फिर इसको भी विड्रॉ किया गया. लास्ट में माउंटबेटन आफ्टर डिस्कसिंग डिफरेंट लीडर्स एंड political parties came up with the draft which is called 3rd June plan. Why it is called 3rd June plan? Because that draft, that ID plan was presented in British Parliament on 3rd June 1947 and it was passed as the Indian Independent Act 1947. So, 3rd June plan announced that India would be splitting into two independent dominions. When it became practically impossible to keep India united, and more or less everybody in the Congress also have given their consent to partition, right. It's also very controversial. So, that is India and Pakistan. This is also true. It means all the three statements are correct. So, answer becomes C. Now, we go to the 79th question. Consider the following statements. Those statements हैं, it is related to what? Medieval period, right. So, first statement, what it is saying? It is saying that Malik Muhammad Jaisi, you have heard about him. He came from, he was a Sufi saint basically. He came from a place called Jais, that's why Jaisi. Completed the epic poem Padmavat. You have heard about it, right? Rani Padmavati के बारे में है ना? Alauddin Khilji and all the characters are there. During the reign of Alauddin Khilji, the story is about Alauddin Khilji, but was it written during this period? There is a gap of hundreds of years. Alauddin Khilji's time period is 1296 to 1316, while it was written during the time of Sher Shah Suri. What is Sher Shah Suri's time period? He is 1540 to 1545, when Humayun is away from India, right. So, it was written in 1540. So, this becomes wrong. It was not completed during the reign of Alauddin Khilji. It talks about Alauddin Khilji as an important character, right. So, this is wrong. Second, Bhavabhuti was the court poet of Dantidurg, founder of Rashtrakuta Empire. Do you agree? See, he lived in what you can say 8th century, and it is not anywhere evident that he was somewhere related to Dantidurg. Maybe he was related to Yashodharman of Kannauj, or Kannauj was ruled by Maukri rulers, Yashovarman of Kannauj, sorry, right. So, this is also wrong. He was ruling in 730 AD in North India. Kannauj became later the capital of Pushyabhutins under Harshvardhan. Harshvardhan, by virtue of invitation by the Maukri people when they did not have a ruler, occupied Kannauj and shifted his capital from Thaneshwar in Haryana to Kannauj in UP, right. Kannauj is known for what today? Perfumes. One district, one product. What is their product? Is it perfume or something else? Check out. So, anyways, black rice कहाँ का है? बहुत डिमांड में आजकल. Eastern UP. So, Bhavabhuti, तो ये दोनों statements गलत हो गए. Both of them are wrong. Which of the statements given are correct? Neither one nor two. Answer becomes D. Now, the last question in the history section. Consider the following statements. This is about what you can say our national emblem. National emblem is the 4 lines standing back to back over inverted lotus kind of structure, है ना? And that lotus is not included in our emblem. उसके ऊपर का structure जो है वो involved है. That includes the images of 4 wheels and animals: bull, elephant, lion, and horse, right? Each symbolizing something. So, first the abacus. Abacus क्या होता है? जो upper part होता है, जो support करता है animal की image को, उसको abacus कहते हैं. Animal की image और वो supporting part मिला के कहते हैं उसको capital, right? So, the abacus and the animal part of the Sarnath pillar from the national emblem, abacus and the animal part of Sarnath form the national emblem of India. ठीक है ये बात? Correct है. Sarnath pillar से लिया गया है. Ashoka's pillar is there. Sarnath is the place where first sermon was delivered by Gautam Buddha. It is 12 kilometers away from Varanasi. Second, in the national emblem of India, the words Satyamev Jayate from Mundak Upanishad, ये बात तो सही है कि सत्यमेव जयते को मुंडक उपनिषद से लिया गया है, are inscribed above the abacus in Prakrit script. It is not inscribed above, it is inscribed below that what you can say that image, and it is in Devanagari script. So, this statement is wrong. So, what we will say? 1 only. A is the answer. So, I hope this discussion was fruitful, right? Thank you so much. If you have any query, you can come meet us anytime in our office. Plus, we are giving you detailed explanations for all these questions, right? So, now in the last will be coming Mr. Shivang for economics discussion, right? Most welcome.
So, we will straight away start the economy discussion. So, how was the question? Fine. It was a mix of facts as well as you can say certain conceptual questions also. Apart from that, we had also certain questions from the financial markets also. So, all in all, it was a mix of all the things that are actually asked in UPSC. So, straight away we will be going to the first question. The 31st question. So, the 31st question says, with reference to financial market, consider the following statements about algo trading. So, the idea is it is talking about algorithmic trading, use of softwares. So, it uses softwares for faster execution. So, the idea is all those human related interventions that are needed to execute any share trading, that is taken up by certain softwares. So, all those orders and stop losses, all those things which are actually set up by humans, that are taken up by the machines, basically the softwares. So, it refers to the use of algorithms to buy and sell shares at a very fast speed. This is a correct statement. In India, only institutional investors can use this tool. Earlier it was only restricted to the use by institutional investors, those which are into formal trading, but now it has been open to the retail participation, retail participants also. So, this becomes an incorrect statement. In India, it accounts for less than 10% of trading volumes. No, now it has gone more than 50%. But is it better alternative if I say as compared to manual trading? How? AI based. Okay, it is an AI based certain thing, so it could be better, but at what juncture it could flop or it could fail? Exactly, certain contra decisions, certain cataclysmic collapse that happens in the market, there it may so happen that it would have been beneficial had an opposite stance would have been taken, rather it would take based on decisions based on data. So, it may flop in those situations. So, although This statement is also incorrect. So, out of it only one statement is correct, A is the correct answer. Okay. Thirty-second question is, which of the following statements is correct about disinflation? So, this is different from deflation. Deflation is negative inflation. So, if I chart out price of A at 2018, 2019, 2020 suppose, if the price of A is 100, 99 and 98, this is deflation. This is deflation. But what is disinflation? I will just get this thing clear. If it is 100, next year 110 and next year 115. So, in the first case the prices are decreasing, but in the second case although the prices are increasing, but the rate of increase is reducing. This increase is 10%, but this increase is less than 5%. So, inflation year on year, YoY, inflation has gone down, but that does not mean the prices has gone down. So, it is a negative rate of inflation? No, it talks about deflation. Here we are talking about disinflation. Goods and services becoming cheaper during this period? No, this is about deflation, not disinflation. The purchasing power of local currency rises during the period? No, this is also a case with deflation, not disinflation. It can be caused by contractionary monetary policy? Yes, because as monetary tightening, as the repo rates are increased, the purchasing power goes, the way we are purchasing in the market, the demand goes down. In a way, the rate of increase goes down, and that is how inflation are brought, the rate of inflation is brought under that bandwidth of 4 to or 2 to 6%. The idea is, we are not thinking about the monetary policy regulator is not thinking about reducing the prices, it is reducing the rate of increase of prices. This is disinflation. Okay, this is all about disinflation. 33rd question. So, the command is, how many of the above mentioned factors can positively impact the trade competitiveness? So, the idea is, whenever we talk about trade competitiveness, we are thinking about increasing exports vis-a-vis increase in import. It should be net increase in exports. So, we will see what all macroeconomic fundamentals or factors would lead to increase in exports. Depreciation of currency, obviously depreciation of currency leads to more exports, all because the foreign importers would be having more goods by just converting one value worth of their own currency. This is the idea. Then fall in domestic prices of goods meant for exports, this is also correct, because it would make those goods higher in demand in those countries wherein they are getting exported. Rise in foreign inflows? No, because it would lead to currency appreciation, and whenever currency appreciates, it is always related to lower trade competitiveness. Subsidies for promoting export, this is a direct consequence. If we subsidize our export values or the final prices of goods and services, it would lead to higher demand in the market, because the final prices which are being paid by those foreign importers would be less. वो कम पैसा में अब सामान मिलेगा, तो that would be trying to buying more goods from India. So, out of all 4, only third is incorrect. So, C is the correct answer, as only 3 statements are correct given. 34th question, consider the following statements. It talks about the countervailing duties or CVDs. So, the idea is, whenever any country tries to subsidize its exported items, then those importing countries have the powers to counter the price effect. by raising their prices by means of an import duty specifically imposed to counter the negative consequences of export subsidies, and that particular duty is known as countervailing duties or CVDs. It is all about कि अगर 100 रुपये is the 100 rupees, suppose you are talking about in rupees, 100 rupees would have been the fair price of that exported item from US into India, but US government says that we will be subsidizing it by having 10% export subsidies. That means in India it would cost rupees 90, but the Indian government has the power to again raise it up to rupees 100 by adding more than 10%, that the raise in custom duty or that import duty would be more than 10%, and that particular duty is known as countervailing duty. But here the statement says countervailing duties are imposed to protect domestic consumers. Is it the domestic consumer? No, domestic producers. This was the catch, because it would be beneficial for domestic consumers to get the good at 90 rupees, but all in all it would be detrimental for the whole market. This is the idea. The producers won't be competing. So, to protect those domestic producers, not consumers. Okay? So, this was the catch. Ideally consumers would be saying, okay, we want that cheap imported goods from the foreign country, but that would lead to collapse of the market, the domestic economy. So, this becomes an incorrect. Although if this becomes incorrect, straight away D is the correct answer. Do not go and see the second statement. This is the idea. It would be 100% correct. There is no other option satisfying it. Else we will see that they are not prohibited under WTO rules. This is the correct idea. WTO talks about reducing export subsidies or minimizing it to zero, but some of the developed economies, they try to increase that export subsidies. So, to counter that thing, they have this CVDs. Okay. So, this becomes a correct statement. D is the correct answer. What that? 35th question. Standing deposit facility is an efficient liquidity absorption tool that regular reverse repo rate. So, reverse repo rate is and standing deposit facility, both are used to absorb excess liquidity from the market back into RBI, but reverse repo rate needs those government securities, and it is at the discretion of RBI. If RBI does not have those government securities, they cannot absorb the liquidity, because RBI needs to pledge that security to the commercial banks, but that is not the case with standing deposit facility. The standing deposit facility gives that discretion to the commercial banks, whether they want to give the excess liquidity to RBI or not. They have 2-3 mechanisms. Either they would try to increase that credit, loan बढ़ाना चाहेंगे because it has higher margin. Else they will go for interbanking transfers होते हैं, that call rates and all those things. If other banks are also not in need of liquidity, उनको liquidity चाहिए नहीं, then what would happen, that those commercial banks would be looking at a loss, wherein the depositors would be asking money or the interest rate on those liquidity, but they are not gaining anything, उनको तो कुछ पैसा मिल नहीं रहा है. So, RBI says give it to us without pledging any security. RBI would be saying we won't be giving any security against this, and we will be giving you higher interest rate.
For the interbanking, what is the rate of interest?
Call rate, it depends on that particular tenor. If it is 1 day, it would be round about savings rate only 3 to 4%. If it is more than 2 to 14, it would be higher. It depends on the tenure.
Like the respective bank has no role about it.
No, it is all about one bank and second bank.
Yeah, that's why there is the
Interbanking, but it is the tenure that defines what would be the rate. It would be the tenure that decides whether it is for 1 day, whether it is for 15 days, it is for 3 months or more than 3 months. It is the tenure, but this standing deposit facility, that erases this government security pictures. In a way, it is an unsecured, you can say, deposit. So, that is why RBI is not pledging any security. So, in a way, it gives higher interest rate to banks. RBI को कोई security नहीं देना पड़ेगा. अब क्या होगा? RBI would be paying higher interest rate, and banks would be eager to give that money to RBI to cover for their losses. Ideally banks को क्या चाहिए, अपना loan बढ़ाना है, but if do not have that loan growth, then what would they do? They will try to give that money to another institution which gives higher interest. In this way we can say standing deposit facility has higher monetary policy transmission rate as compared to repo rates or reverse repo rates, because it is giving the banks the authority to decide whether they are the one who are choosing it or whether it is RBI who is guiding it. Reverse repo rate it is the RBI who decides whether they would get that security, get that deposits or not. In this case it is the bank who is deciding. This is the difference between this standing facility was and over the top facility over that repos, इसलिए standing deposit facility को लेकर आया गया to absorb that extra liquidity. ठीक है ना? So this gives a correct statement. It does not involve sale or purchase of government securities and interest is paid directly. This is correct, and this is the idea behind. This is getting a hit. This is more popular. Okay, and whenever any security is not involved, it is bound to have higher interest rate because it becomes an unsecured kind of a thing. So that is why RBI gives a higher interest rate. Okay. So this was one of the trickiest question. So out of all these, only this development policy financing, this is World Bank, else or all are, you have all the data in that IMF based. You have all the data in your sheets, don't go deep into it. So out of all three, only 3 is the correct answer. 37th question. Consider the following: fiscal consolidation, rationalization of subsidies, lower inflation, stronger financial system. How many of the above conditions have been recommended by Tarapur committee on capital account convertibility? That should be 100% capital account convertibility. We have 100% current account convertibility and we have partial capital account convertibility, but Tarapur committee gave certain conditions. Out of them, this is correct, this is correct and this is correct. This is not one of the recommendations. This is a factual information, but to some extent you could have guessed why would he give rationalization of subsidies as one of them, because rational.
Sir, what is the positive consequence of the full capital account convertibility and what is the negative?
Negative, we would be dragged to those external exposure, liquidity, international currency and forex related exposures.
Forex is a good thing, like the forex influence the,
It is good, it is.
they can
But if you, I am saying if US has got this stock market valuation of 30-40 trillion dollars and US gave quantitative easing of 3 trillion USD in the cash के तरीके, अगर 100% convertibility होगा ना, what would happen? Those cash would be directly injected into India in one day and it would lead to appreciation or instantly pull out कर लेंगे पूरा पैसा.
like Russia is claiming in on India that Russia का कुछ उसका जो money है वो इंडिया में पड़ा है.
हाँ, but the idea that is current account issues. Russia के साथ issue is the idea we use that Vostro account that led to we used Indian currency to buy oil. Oil trading is current account. The issue with Russia is current account issue, wherein our imports from Russia is far more than their imports from India. Currency ideally क्या होता है, हमने अगर 50 billion USD का import in Indian currency, the same should be ideally be imported. We have huge trade imbalance with Russia, that is current account issues. But capital account is related to asset and liability, more specifically investments. What would happen if 100% capital account convertibility होगा? That would lead to a speculative attack on the stock markets and all those things. We would be dragged into certain things. Suppose Russia and Ukraine are at war, we would have direct consequences because of exchange rate volatility. That would be transmitted into Indian stock market also. That is one of the issue. No, WTA is not. WTA is all about current account things, trading.
Like any of the international monetary fund. Like
See, Bank of International Settlement (BIS) looks into all those things, and we have also trade and development, United Nations trade and something like that. Apart from that, it is the sovereign. It is this India has to decide how they will try to look these things.
from the other countries influence, like any of the currency, is there any restriction from the other things?
our country only imposes restriction. That is the idea. Our country only imposes restriction. We won't allow. The idea is other country tries to say open your economy completely, open your capital account. But our country is the one which is saying we won't be opening because we are not at that stage of maturity. The moment we will have that exports also getting higher, we will have that, there is an issue, it is more holistic, it is broader. It has certain positivities also and negativities. We are more about reducing that negativities, not looking more into the positive aspects. Okay? So, out of 3 is the correct answer. Got that? Apart from that, there are other indicators also. Forex reserve is one of the indicators. So, on all the fronts, this question had this question was imposed because some of those economists, the global economists are saying that if India wants to internationalize rupees or if India wants to have that global say in the financial system, the first thing that should be done is full capital account convertibility. But India knows that this is a gimmick. They just want India to be dragged into all those things. India is not so mature. Still we are only 3.5 trillion only, and the moment the volumes of transaction in US market is more than 5 to 10 trillion. एक वीक में हो रहा है इतना, एक दिन में खत्म कर देंगे इंडिया के मार्केट को. Rationalization of subsidy is not one of the indicators. Rationalization of subsidies are more related to fiscal front aspects. Why would it be more related to capital account things? Capital account things should be more related to things which are export, currency exposure. Rationalization of subsidy is more related to government, public finance. So, you could have guessed that rationalization of subsidy is one of the things that is the least likely out of all the options which is given. Ideally, you should know it, else you could have tried to guess it. This would be not one of the factors. Okay. So, this is done. 38th question is, which of the following statements is correct about bad banks? So, bad banks, what is the correct statement? It is a financial entity set up to buy NPAs from banks to help them clean their balance sheet. In India, this is a dual setup bank, bad banks. One is NARCL, one is IDRCL. NARCL is National Asset Reconstruction Company, which buys it from the banks, and one is Debt Resolution Company, which tries to repackage it. जो भी NPAs हुए उसको repackage करके it tries to securitize it and sells it in the market so as to recover the losses. This way the whole bad bank system goes, because instantly on the upfront itself the bank gets that liquidity which is locked up in those NPAs at some discount. The bank's NPAs would be sold to those bad banks at some discount. Suppose 100 crore is the NPA, those bad banks would come and say instantly I am giving you 60 crores, settle us at 60 crore. The banks would get that 60 crore instantly, and there would be a clause, if you are able to recover more than 80 crores, then we will also have that share into it. So, this is the idea. So, they will have unlocking of those stressed assets that goes into, because that gives higher liquidity. This is the idea. Okay, got that? In economy, it is very difficult to actually comprehend all those things in a question. There are many things going parallelly. Which of the following organizations releases global risk report? World Economic Forum. Okay, this is factual data. 40th question is, state a transaction involving an NRI sending rupees 10,000 USD to his family would be a part of capital account? No, it is a part of outward remittance. It is a part of outward remittance, a part of current account. So, if there is no specific thing that is given, this has been given as a part of capital investment into those things, that becomes a part of remittance, outward remittance, and it should be counted as current account. But if the money is given as a part of capital expenditure, suppose certain investments are to be done in US market, then it becomes a part of capital account. Agar kuch nahi de rakha hai, it is treated as remittance, outward remittance, but it has certain clause that the money is being used for buying of certain assets in US or any other foreign country, it becomes a part of capital account. Here it has not been specifically mentioned that the particular investment is for specific purpose. So, it is by you can say its convention, it is taken as remittance, outward remittance. So it becomes an incorrect. Ideally, D should be the correct answer. We will see the second statement. Capital account represents a net change in nation's assets and liabilities. This is correct. It is the idea behind capital account. If there is any long standing assets and liabilities that are getting involved, it becomes a part of capital account. Now consider the following statements. India is the 4th largest oilseed producer in the world. This is correct. Okay. China, US and Brazil are the three largest, apart from India, the 4th largest. India meets more than 50%. This is also correct. This year or the last year it was 58%. So all the oils which are being eaten or consumed in India, specifically soybean oil, the refined oil which we say in informal terms, mustard oil, and apart from that palm oil. Palm oil is one of the largest importing items in terms of oils. So that is also very high. India meets more than 50%. This is also correct. The production of oil seeds in India has declined. No, this has increased in last 5 years, but still we are not matching the increase in demand. The demand is increasing it at even higher rate, all because our consumption expenditure is changing towards more fat based consumption rather than cereal based consumption, and that has been highlighted in the latest consumption expenditure survey. Our expenditure on cereals is decreasing, our expenditure on protein and fat based consumption is rising up. Okay. The National Mission on Edible Oils focuses on the expansion of area under soybean. No, not soybean, it is palm oil. So that is why this is palm oil. It has an, you can say, एक suffix added है, NMEO, oil palm, OP. Okay. So this is also incorrect. B is the correct answer. So this mission is, and this is the actual mission. We had deliberately omitted this oil palm, else it would have been straight away an obvious statement. Oil palm. Palm oil is specifically used in those ice creams, cosmetics, there are many other things. All those ice creams that you use, they are not milk based, they are mainly palm oil based. That is a process known as emulsification of fat that goes into this. The process that goes into manufacturing of ice cream is emulsification of fat. बहुत whipping करते हैं, the fat gets converted into a spongy kind of thing and it is frozen and that becomes your ice cream. Apart from Amul, Amul specifically mentions that we use milk product. Most of the ice creams, those cheap ice creams are actually oil based ice creams, they are not oil, this milk based. Okay. So try to refrain from eating those sasta ice cream. Either you use महंगा ice cream or refrain from eating those sasta ice cream. It is you consume directly consuming that fat. So it is a negotiable certificate representing shares in a foreign company traded on a local stock exchange. It allows investors to hold equity shares. So this particular paragraph is talking about depository receipts. So there is one another term which could be similar to this is P note, participatory note. So ideally if you could have read and I would have written as P note, there is higher likelihood that some of them would have ticked P note also, because if you read the data, P notes have certain similar things also, but P notes are unregulated first, and second, it does not give right of votings and all those things. Okay. Depository receipts are giving this voting rights also, just like shares. Without going to direct listing, you are using an intermediary, a foreign bank that issues depository receipts, but P notes are rather informal. It does not give any voting rights to the holder of P notes. It is a derivative instrument, it is a direct investment. Depository receipts are direct investments, but P notes are derivative instruments. So it is the foreign institutional investor which are directly holding.
Sir, any example of this particular depository receipt? Like how these things are going on? Like
It's too complicated, so we can discuss it outside how it goes, because it would take at least 10-15 minutes to get it more idea is, if Indians, this Tata wants to raise money from US citizens One thing is it can go directly list their companies to the NYSE and all the stock markets, but they have stringent regulations, and the way it is getting listed in US market, it is far more stringent. So rather they try to go and ask an intermediary, a US bank. They say you buy our shares, and in a way you list our company in terms of Tata DR, and whatever Tata DR is getting purchased by US investors, that would mean they are investing in our company. So in a way the banks are the one, the US banks are the one, they are no, the foreign regulatory body is the US banks are getting exposed to that, the SEBI equivalent of US market. So they are looking, they would be trying to catch the US banks only, and it is the US bank which has to do all the due diligence about the stock market or stocks which they are buying. So in a way US banking would be taking an intermediary the role about what all are the regulatory frameworks. So this is the idea, okay. And P note is something different, wherein FIIs try to buy Indian shares, and in return they issue a P note which are bought by US investors, which is directly outside the ambit of regulatory framework of SEBI. 93rd, consider the following: Veblen goods, Giffen goods, normal goods. How many of the above mentioned goods type follow the law of demand principle? It is only normal goods, because law of demand says as price increases, quantity demanded should reduce, and vice versa. If price reduces, the quantity demanded should increase. But Veblen says as price increases, the quantity demanded also increases, because it is a luxury good, it is a status symbol. The more it goes up, it shows that you are having a higher status, you try to buy more, okay. The idea would be antique piece, antique, all those things which are auctioned. There are many people, if the price of those antiques go up, then there are many those you can say investors, they come into that picture. अच्छा पैसा बहुत ऊपर चला गया है, that becomes, it is becoming a status symbol, they will try to enter the market. This is how auctions are done. Those auction goods are generally Veblen goods. वहाँ पे डिस्काउंट नहीं मांगते हैं कि 5% डिस्काउंट होगा तो डिमांड भाग जाएगा, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, जितना ऊपर जाएगा इट्स फॉर. एंड गिफन दे आर जनरली गुड्स ऑफ नेसेसिटी, एंड वेयर इन द प्राइस इंक्रीज ऑल्सो इंक्रीजेज देयर डिमांड, बट they are not, they are certain peculiar things which have a violation of law of demand principle. Although they are goods of necessities, but they are not categorized as ordinary goods. कुछ ऐसे goods होते हैं जिसमें they violate law of demand, but why they are getting violated, it's of, you can say why is it happening, nobody has the answer, and that is why it has been categorized as Giffen goods. Generally it comes into picture whenever there is an issue of stock out situation or artificial stock out that goes into picture. Generally if the price goes up, what happens, people would be going up and they will say we will try to buy it, try to hoard it. अगर पोटैटो का प्राइस बहुत ज़्यादा भागने लग जाए ना, it gives a signal that there would be an imminent stock out. People will try to buy it more, but that why they are buying it, nobody has the answer, because it is not an, although it is an ordinary good, but still it is violating the law of demand. So this is the idea. क्यों होता है, because किसी को नहीं पता, because economics is not about data only, it's all about behavior also, behavioral economics that comes into picture. Statement 1 says, while India is the third largest economy in PPP terms, the purchasing power parity, it is the fifth largest economy in nominal terms. This is correct, and why is it happening? All because the purchasing power parity index, it tries to increase because of lower cost of living, to make sure that same baskets of goods and services are to be compared across economies by neutralizing the effect of cost of living. India's purchasing power parity GDP inflates up. The idea is, suppose if you are trying to have a haircut. In India it would cost you 100-200 rupees, but in US it would cost you around about 2000 rupees. But is it the difference कि quality का difference है, but all because quality का कोई issue नहीं है, issue है cost of living का. वहाँ 2000 रुपये इसलिए ले रहे हैं because they have higher cost of living. So the idea is either you discount cost of living of US to India's price, or you try to increase cost of living to US's price.
How it can be the correct explanations of statement 1 of the statement 2?
Why?
Because it also mentioned about the largest economy in the nominal terms, right?
The idea is why is there certain inflation or anomaly where that is being seen in terms of nominal and PPP. Why in nominal US's nominal and PPP GDPs are same. US GDP at nominal value and US GDP at PPP value are same.
Taking around that consideration, it will be there.
Taking around that consideration, ideally why is it that PPP terms inflates up? All because PPP takes into account the difference in cost of living, and that is why India's GDP would shoot up. Got that? That is why A is the answer, not B is the answer. Okay. पीपीपी गॉट दैट ना. पीपीपी में क्यों होता है कि हमारा एक्सचेंज रेट इज डिफरेंट इन पीपीपी. कॉस्ट ऑफ लिविंग कैलकुलेशन होता है. What would be the cost of living in US vis-a-vis the cost of living in India for the same baskets of goods and services? And because India has lower cost of living, you try to have a higher parity, increase करते हैं. नहीं तो it would be an irrelevant comparison. Ideally it is not a good comparison because it is very difficult to construct that goods and services ka basket. It is very difficult. So this question is the last question. How many of the above mentioned scenarios can be the likely effects of quantitative easing? So the quantitative easing is the government or the US government or any developed market economy is giving cash in hand to the public to increase their consumption. This is the idea. Whenever the economy faces any depression like scenario or collapse like scenario, the government comes to the rescue by way of printing more currency. It gives this order to the Fed Reserves and all those central banks that I am getting that guarantee, you give money in the hands of public. And it is the government which is taking the liability by way of higher fiscal deficits. So in a way, if there is more money with the at the hands of those investors or those people who are abroad, what would happen? It would increase capital outflow from India, or it would increase capital inflow into India. Inflow into India, because they will try to have speculative things coming into India's picture. They will try to have, they will have that money, rather than in spending, they will try to take positions by investing in Indian market. And that was the case with COVID led boom, the stock market. Most of the money, and this is the idea of this capital account convertibility. $2,000 या $1,000 was only given. And think about just giving money at the hands of US citizens, पैसे लो and try to increase consumption. Rather than increasing consumption, they shifted the money into stock markets of emerging markets, and that led to increased capital inflows. So that was why whenever you see कि हमारा jump during that COVID years, we had very high forex reserves. From 550 to 640 we reached in 6 months.
It is not like against the economic sanctions.
No, why is it against economic sanction?
Because the country itself deliberately told the people to.
That did they deliberately tell them to invest in foreign market? They gave it just to spend money in the market. The idea was 100 में से सब ने invest किया था, 70 was invested back or consumed into US economy. 30 they saved it, rather than investing in US market, they invested in emerging market. Got that? This is becoming improvement in foreign exchange reserves. This is correct. We are talking with respect to the domestic economy. What would be the effect of quantitative easing which is given in foreign economy, and what would be the effect of those quantitative easing in domestic economy? US में अगर किया तो इंडिया में क्या हुआ? Appreciation of Indian currency. This is also correct, because if more dollars are coming into India, that would appreciate currency. 100 दिया 70 उन्होंने इन्वेस्ट खर्च ही किया होगा इकोनॉमी में, but they would have saved certain amount of it, and rather than investing in US bonds or those FDs, they invested into India's stock market. ठीक है. Increased risk of imported inflation? No. If currency appreciates, rather it is a decreased case of imported inflation rather than increased. Okay, so B is the correct answer. So this was all about the discussion part, and I guess the economy part was. So apart from that, we have foundation course which is starting from 13th of May, starting with the polity. Apart from that, we will have all those discussions, and it is tailor made with all the data and all those content that is needed. We will also have those practices, and it would be more holistic. Then we have various other test series which are also coming up. So it would be mains test series also, and specific subject specific test series also. So this is it. Thank you.